Right, I do apologise. No, you're using the one that's up. It'll be MELL12345. Lowercase. Okay, try the other one that we used to use. Yeah. Well, those are the only two I know. Unless there isn't any. Try none. Yeah, no password. Does that work? I have no idea then. Those are the only three that we use, and they're lowercase normally, although the one, not the Mel one, may be uppercase. Mine just joined in and I don't control the server, so I can't help you on that one, but those are the only ones I know. Sorry about that, guys. Good morning and hope everybody's well. Watching this, I think is it an E3, is it? E3? No, it's not an E3 at all, is it? It's some sort of earwax. Let's have a look, see what it is. Oh, it is an E3. Jeez, man, when it comes to planes, I'm a bit dumb, really, but hey. Welcome to the channel, and welcome for those who are not watching on YouTube. I'm just sitting here just before I actually start, going to drink my tea. If anyone, fancies a chat, please jump in. If you're a bot, obviously you can't. But if you're not a bot, please feel free to say hello. Hopefully the volume's okay. I'm trying to get rid of the pick up the speakers and some of this audio, which is what I was messing with. Hey, hello, Mo. I gave feedback to Spatey Mort regarding some of the little bits and bobs on the other mission, and at the end of the month I've got to buy a couple of 16 gig sticks for a small computer that I've got one of those little Nook boxes, and I tried it with 16, but after a while it dies a death, so I'm going to put 32 gig in it. I've already got the Normandy mission on it, and I'll run the other mission up and leave it there. The one we were trying last week with the World War II stuff, so that it's available whenever you want it, sort of thing. That's the plan anyway. I've just got to get 50 quid, and at the moment it's not in the best of places, but when I get paid I should be alright. It was, I mean, this is why we do it sometimes over Christmas and the New Year. I mean, last year people just were not interested at all, and you end up with 2 or 3 of us trying to do it. It just doesn't work, does it? Yeah, exactly. And it was quite good, we pulled in a few people. The one guy in the I-16 made an appearance, and the last time he was on was literally quite a few years ago. But when he's in it, I don't know if you saw any of the video, he just completely slayed the BF-109s with that little I-16, which is what it's really good at. It's really good, it can just outturn most things. So we're back on TitanFall at the moment. Please feel free if you want to join. There's planes, airplanes, everything on it. We tend to be very airplaney based. I mean helicopter based, just because, although some of them are on planes, it just depends on what's going on. It's also quite relaxing flying helicopters sometimes. So tomorrow morning, with a bit of luck, I'll be doing my my first video for, or recording, should I say, for the YouTube channel, which will be the 18. But the way I'm going to do it is a really long, straight in at the beginning, all the way through to firing AGM 64Ds, and then finding a way to land with all the explanation and everything, and then sliced up into sections, and then with an audio track, then with some overlays, then with some animations to explain how some of the missiles are working and so on. That's the plan. All nicely balanced. But what I find, you go onto a lot of places and you have a part one, and as soon as someone started it up, you've got to then find the next bit for taxiing and takeoff. Then you've got to find the next bit, and they don't necessarily all come in order. Oh yeah, there's a lot there, but at least I'm home. Although this week was interesting, this was the first week of my sort of slightly different working system. And I realised when I was out early, like Tuesday and Friday, I had to go to bed at about 8 o'clock. And of course, when it's 8 o'clock and I finish work at 5, even when I'm working at home, it doesn't give me much time, and I've got to go to bed because I get up at 1:15. The other day, was it yesterday even, I went to bed, I was still awake at 10 o'clock. And I was thinking about all this stuff I've got to do. And I've done the shopping this morning, so tomorrow I'm not going anywhere. And I just need probably an hour and a half to 2 hours to do a straight through recording. And then I can start looking at editing during the week, putting it together and so on. And then I'll do some other bits. And then some like guidelines, you know, the stuff that people ask me on here. Best joystick, although to be honest I'll never tell anyone what the best joystick is. It's more about positioning, starting, where it is, etc. You know, a joystick's a joystick, and you start with a shit one and it only gets better. But I've got a load of Star Citizen stuff to do as well. Still got some rankles with that I need to get out. But other than that, just enjoy my cup of tea. So welcome everybody else who's joined in. You're more than welcome to pop in for a quick chat. Finishing my cup of tea before I start because it's -5 where we are at the moment, and I haven't got the heating on. I know my tea will be cold within a few minutes, and I get too engrossed. Morning, Stingy. Hope you're well, matey. Good morning, Arnie. If anyone wants to come in today, you're more than welcome. The only problem is, I'm not sure what password is put on. Mine went in automatically, so I'm guessing it's one of the normal ones. Whereabouts are you, Leicester-wise or further? When I went to work yesterday morning, it started off, I think, coolish. Oh, Loughborough, yeah, no, I know that. Well, say no there, I've been to Loughborough a couple of times. It's where everybody goes to Loughborough, I think, to do sports. Is that right? Am I right at Loughborough? Big sporting place. Uni, I think, or something like that, unless it's changed. I mean, it was a long time ago. I just started my I thought so. I started off my YouTube stream, and then I thought, that's weird, it's not popping up, and then I realised it was going to the Star Citizen stream and not the DCS one, which is a bit of a faux pas on my side. But once I can get some videos on them, then I can start driving some stuff there. Lisa's going to start streaming tomorrow. Got to finish setting her up. She used to stream, and when we opened up her streaming stuff, it was about 3 years ago. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Eurofighter's actually being shown now, hasn't it? Was it the Eurofighter? Was it the Eurofighter on the DCS 2025 video? Or has it not come out? 16th, isn't it? I think the Eurofighter will be on there. I know the Tornado's kicking around as well. Yeah. And it'd be good to have the Vulcan bomber on. I remember seeing the Vulcan bomber at the air shows. My brother-in-law was in the RAF. Yeah. The AC-30 is another one I'm looking forward to. I just hope that it gives the AC-130 the functionality and the ability to refuel, because having a 2-man, 3-man or 5-man refueling plane could be quite interesting. I wonder if it's easier with people on the end of the tube instead of AI. Right. Yeah, it's quite interesting though. Right, okay, so let's jump out, let's jump into something. And I am going to take a chopper, and the reason I'm taking a chopper is there was a lot of changes, and of course when this came out, ever since then we have been flying World War II planes. So what I want to jump into, I don't know why I'm being so blind, is the Apache. A lot of the way and the flight characteristics have changed. When we were in one, when it first come out, I was in the front seat with Sham, and he was saying that he preferred the old. I think that's possibly a little bit of what you're used to type thing. But I'll just go through the startup anyway, and we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Just wait for it to draw. It's still a bit of a chunky old module, this. It takes a while for it to all draw in. It's a really nice helicopter though, and if you fancy flying it, I would recommend that you don't, unless you've flown the Huey and the Shark first. There are some interesting idiosyncrasies, some of which may have changed now, but if you start with the Huey, work your way up to the Shark, and then by the time you get to this, the amalgamation of knowledge from the Huey and the handling of the Huey and the way that the Shark works will give you the information to help you with this. If you go straight into this and you've only ever flown planes before, or not even flown, it's going to be difficult, which is why everyone was blarting when it was out, and all these plane pilots were moaning and moaning so much that they forced Eagle Dynamics to add a feature that never existed, which is a trimmer reset. It's just unbelievable. I just hate the way that these companies allow the very vocal minority to dictate what they do and don't do in a piece of software. It's ridiculous. Just because they're noisy, do you know what I mean? Sure, the majority of people didn't want it, but hey. Anyway, before I get going, right, first thing we're going to do here is switch on the battery. And we should get a little indicator here. Good morning, Cookie. How are you? Right, so I'm now going to switch on the APU. APU is just under this little flap, so we pop the flap, press the button, and have a look, and we should see APU start. We shut the door. And then we just sit here for a bit and wait. This is a good time to drink a cup of tea if you haven't finished it, especially if you're flying. It's not the easiest thing to fly when you're trying to drink a cup of tea, admittedly. I've just thought, I wonder if I've got any posts coming again. I hope not. Last week and the week before, over Christmas was a nightmare. Lisa's still ordering things. I think she's forgot Christmas is gone now. She doesn't need to. Okay, right, I'm going to switch the iHads off. And then, if we look down, we're going to start the first engine. Oh, hey, Spatey. Spatey, which password is it? Is it the original one, the second one, or no one? Because Charlie said he can't get on, even though he's tried them all. I don't know which one's set, but I just got in, obviously. How are you anyway? Right, so we're going to just press and hold the left one just a couple of seconds. Good morning, Cheba. All good, thank you very much. The second one, my usual one that I would have. Yeah, the usual one, lowercase or uppercase, because that might have changed. Because I know there was a reset. Is it the lowercase one? Right. Okay. So yeah, I thought so. Okay, thanks. So once the engine's reached up to 24.5 there, thank you for the follow. Then we need to move the throttle to the what's it mode? Idle mode. Okay, and you'll see the engine starting up and the prop. A customer said, "Amen." Morning. If you want to join in with us, by the way, who was it followed? Dotty Lynn? Did you something like that? You're more than welcome if you want to jump in with us. If you can already fly. If you're learning or you're just inquiring about DCS, please ask as many questions as you want. You're not interrupting me. You might interrupt everyone else when I stop and explain, but that's what this channel's all about. So please just jump in and ask. Okay, what we're waiting for is the oil pressure here to drop below 60, which is done. So now we're going to start the other engine. How are you anyway, Chebawuki? Hope you well. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year as usual, but I think it's getting a bit late in the month now to follow up with that one, isn't it? It's far too late. We'll start a second engine by pressing it forward a little bit. And again, we can see here, I'm waiting for it to be about 20-24. Is the volume alright, by the way? Just thought I'd ask. So we can do the second one, and we're going to move that into the idle mode. Okay. And again, we're going to look down here, look at the pressure, and wait until it's below 70 before we start throttling up. So I am going to start my video soon. I'll start one tomorrow. I don't know when it will be published. It's going to be pretty big, but you attack it in sections. You don't sit and watch it all the way through unless you really want to torture yourself. And it's aimed at new people. Whether anybody who can already do stuff will learn anything or not, I don't know, but it's aimed at encouraging new people, helping new people with some of the modules that I currently fly, etc, etc. And it's just a repeat of what I do on here without answering all the questions in between. There'll be video footage, there'll be separate audio tracks, as I was saying to somebody earlier, animations, and all the ranting and all the in-between chat bollocks won't be on there. Although I will explain everything as much as I can with the modules that I fly and all the bits of information, so that if you actually follow and do everything in the video from start to end, you'll be able to get a big leg up in that particular module, especially something like the A10. But you can't attack it all at once because it'll just fry your head, so to speak. Okay, so we're now less than 60, so I'm going to slowly push the throttle up, and you'll start seeing everything here start syncing up. Pardon? Oh, morning. Who was that? Sorry, Mort. Sorry, matey. So I never noticed you coming. By the way, Charlie, it is the password. It is lowercase, and it's Mel12345. If you're still there, that is. Right. You make sure it's all lowercase, and if it's not 5, put 4, just in case, but I expect it to be 5. Morning, Stu, or Thunder Race, sorry. Everything okay on that side? Ooh, got comms. Right, so what do we need to do? Let's go onto here and see how far we've got. We've already aligned. Do you know what I was just going to say? I forgot what the bloody word is. Getting far too lax. We're turning the video down so that we can sort of see enough of it and show all the display around the edges as well. We need to be able to read these figures. So first thing I'm going to set up here is show, and we're going to switch on the CPG or Copilot Gunner cursor. We're going to put on the threat show so that we can see threats and targets as they come up. We're going to go to TSD and menu ASE, and we're going to go to util, and we're going to switch on the RLWR. When you see a donut, it means it's not selected. When you select it, it will be a full circle. And now we'll start hearing noises as the woman goes on and on and on and on. Okay? So we'll leave that there for a little bit, and we'll pop over to the right. We're going to uncage the standby attitude indicator, and then we're going to go down and we're going to turn up these knobs. I always turn them up to full. That's habitual because when this first come on, some of these were actually turned down, especially that RLWR, which was this one. It was always set to 0. Hey, thank you, Barbie. It's amazing how that 18 months has gone so quick, isn't it? How quick has that gone? Okay, this is the squelch. So what squelch does, although I'm not sure within the confines of this, when we used to use SRS, it was quite good. I'm not sure whether it's integrated properly with the in-game voice. But what squelch does is, imagine drawing a line, you've got a whole load of white noise, and having squelch allows you to make an adjustment, so you adjust just over where that white noise is, and it will silence everything below the line, so to speak, below the adjustment. However, when somebody transmits, they'll come through a lot stronger, so they'll be over the line. Oh, the password is what? The original one. No, the original one is that one which nobody used except us. Obviously we'll need to make a different one now. But the one where it's open usually is just Mel 1 2 3 4 5. However, we may need to change it slightly because this is on YouTube and obviously Twitch. But that's fine. It's about time we had a change, being secure and all that. Pardon? Well, yeah, if you're around, that's the thing. It is, if anyone exceeds you, it's instant ban from everything. You know, all the Twitch channels, everything. You know, we've never had to do it, so it's always a good thing, I guess. Right, where was I? Okay, so we've done the radios. Now, one of the things I need to do is align the iHads. So we're going to switch the iHads back on. And what this is going to allow me to do is, when I turn my head, the systems on the plane are going to know where I'm looking, okay? The little guy in the front will know where I'm looking, I know where I'm looking. The gun underneath will work with me turning my head. If I look there, I shoot there. However, because I keep stopping and moving my view around like this, it obviously isn't going to be that good for me. So what I tend to do, and if you do the same, it's probably a good tip, is try and find yourself a neutral position. Now, it could be, if we look down there, right, then this will work when you're in this position. This is centered using number 5 on the keyboard, okay? I've aligned my head tracking exactly with this now. But what I'm going to do is put my head back in my seat, and you can see here I've got a line, right? And if I align that more or less with the top of there, I'm going to set this setting to there. Now when I switch this on, which is bore sight, iHads, you should see concentric circles in this view. Now, one of the things I didn't turn on purposely, just to show you this, if you see that, it's because this little knob down here, okay, and now I'm going to pause and zoom in so you can see it. See this primary light. I'm going to turn it all the way up. When you look there now, you'll see the concentric circles. However, because I paused and zoomed, which is what I was on about, my alignment's out, let me sit back, right, and put my head and zoom forward a little bit to there, and then base my view on that, which is about fine, and then come down to here and just align the center of this with the center of that. Now you don't, hang on, I have to stop talking, otherwise I'll move my head. That's good enough. You don't have to be 100% right where that is perfect, especially the way I fly anyway. So when I shoot, if I'm aiming here, okay, and my head and my gun's going slightly off to the right, then all I'm going to do is turn my head slightly to the left. It's no biggie really. When you come to some of the missiles as well, they tend to like you to set that up, and it won't let you do it. Now I've got this fuel failure, so that's aligned, and I'm going to keep pausing and doing what I'm doing here. Look, fuel transfer failure. This is something that I've seen that is really intermittent unless somebody knows otherwise. So if we go onto that fuel, this should be on auto, and it is on auto. I'm going to just flick around the various things and then switch it back to auto, right? But every now and then it sort of throws this error and tells me that there's a fuel transfer failure, which I don't necessarily believe there is. But anyway, we've changed it. I'm going to turn this video down as well. So we haven't got any weapons at the moment, and we've got to go and get some weapons. Right, we're getting all this information thrown at us. We're going to switch this onto a bit test. I'm also going to go down. We don't need the APU anymore. If I take off with it... Morning, pup. Hey, Kev. You got 5 foot of snow today. Is it that bad? Yeah, we still had -5 again last night, so we're much worse than you are, even though you got snow.
Yeah.
It's so bad. I've seen so many people outside scraping away at the windscreens and running the cars to de-ice. It's brilliant. I go out, sit in the car, within 2 minutes I drive away, but you know, they should buy a Ford, shouldn't they? Oh yeah. It literally, you sit there, I said to Lisa, I said, watch this. I says, there you see them scraping at like sort of 10 to 7 this morning. And I says, a couple of seconds, I says, and then we can go. And I'm not standing outside freezing. No, it is very good at Windows, to be honest. It always has been, you know, all the different Fords that I've had. Right. Okay, we need some fuel, so we're going to fly over, get some fuel, and then there's a few more things I need set. Right, anyone got any questions? I don't know what the new flight model is like just yet. This is why I wanted to fly this today. We're going from here, we're going to fly over to here, and we need to go about 210 for half a mile. Is that cookie then? Yeah, we may as well, yeah. One day we're going to complete a waypoint. Right, okay, let me put the doodad on so you can see what's going on. And there's Cookie. So, what? Oh, for God's sake, no, I forgot. Where am I going again? 210, okay. Pardon? I know, it's quite interesting, isn't it? This is the same as the other one. Without, you know, an amount of people, it makes it really difficult to actually do anything. It's okay shooting stuff, but we never get to move on. Do you know what I mean? Right, so I'm just adding. Have you? I don't see a problem with doing that. I'm back up to 64 gig, and the intention is to push it to 128 when I can as well. It's not so much for gaming, it's for doing my video editing and stuff. Right, and we're off. So did you see all that NVIDIA stuff? Hey Hayes! Welcome to the channel if you got any questions. Oh yeah, I mean when you look at all the figures and all the stats and that, and they're using all that bloody in-betweeny AI bollocks, do you know what I mean? Yeah, frame generation. Yeah, so basically thanks for the follow. You have a few questions spread out from a few frames? You'll have to explain a little bit of what you mean there. So yeah, it's quite interesting, but to be honest, everything I've experimented with and looked at, I'm not interested in using AI to boost my frame rate. I would never go down to a lower resolution and then turn it into something else, because I'm not that stupid. But all the stats and figures are based on doing that. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, and it does look better in terms of, you know, the fact you got like 3 frames instead of 1 in between. You're not getting so much blurring and drag like you used to. But when you do it in this, you see all the, well, you see trees looking like really muddy and stuff, don't you, and dragged, if you know what I mean. So yeah, whilst the tech is clever, I don't think necessarily that's the best thing. I only do 60 FPS anyway. It's an update. I've got questions coming, so just bear in mind. Okay, so a few airframes like a 15 series scale warrior, and learn better having someone talk me through in a call. Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I flew the some modules. I know. I don't know everything. I'm one of these people that started off with best intentions, like so many of us do. You get all these modules, and you suddenly find you've turned into a collector. Now, of everybody watching, right? How many of you have bought a lot of modules, assuming you're not all new people, and then only fly probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 or so? And you want to put the hands up to that? I mean, the World War II stuff, no problem at all. All the helicopters.
I have 1 or 2.
You have 1 or 2. Look, you made me laugh then, and I pushed my todger and I went up. Jesus, man. So basically, I can do that, and that's how I do it with most things, but it's limited to the modules that I know. Kiowa, I did start to fly as soon as it come out, me and somebody else. I haven't touched it since, because I thought I'll just let it develop a little bit. This thing I'm still learning, but there's other things I know extremely well. And the way that I stream is I always try and explain what I'm doing so that people understand it. People like yourself, where you know you're learning some things, and everything I get into the first time I'll explain the startup. The intention at the moment is to completely do all the videos. It is, but one thing you'll find is all the helicopters actually feel and fly slightly different. What I would always say to anybody is, if you're going to do helicopters, start with a Huey, because you will learn so much from that, because you haven't got all the systems and all the automation that you get in some of the other helicopters like this. So when you move on to these, it's not just about flying and understand helicopters, It's about learning the systems and everything else. I would always say something, like I said earlier, you start with a Huey to give you the fundamentals of helicopter control. And if you learn to control that, you can get it for free for 2 weeks. You don't need to buy it. Get it for free for 2 weeks until there's nothing that you can't do with it. But that means 2 weeks worth of work, okay? And then when you've done that, you get the Shark, and you do the same thing with a Shark. And then you get that. Then you look at the Apache, for instance, because the fundamental Huey will give you a grounding on every helicopter. The Shark will give you a grounding before you get to the Apache, because its trimmer system has similarities. The Huey trimmer system is very low level, as you'd expect, because there's nothing modern in it. It's a very old helicopter, and the trimmer's there to take the pressure off your arm. Now, I see some people say, oh, I don't use this system in the Shark. I fly like this, thinking it's some sort of like, oh, get me type thing. And you think, well, it's there to use it. Do you know what I mean? There is a bit of a weird way of implementing it, but once you get used to that, you'll find it will help you, especially if you've got a hot cup of tea, hot cup of coffee or something like that. And it means you can relax a little bit more with the flight. But if you go through a sort of path like that, it's a lot better. When you first start, it's like being a kid in a sweetie shop. Hey, Mav, you can see all these modules, and it's want. And the reality is, as I said, is that you'll fly something, get your head round it. Hey, Grandad, you all right, matey? Your Lisa's going to start streaming again tomorrow. Can you believe it? After 3 years, so she says. I wouldn't hold your breath. So basically, where was I? Yeah, there's a tendency to see all these things like all new toys, but you really need to focus to learn anything. You can have a quick skip around, and just bear in mind, Hayes. Have you got it from DCS, or did you get it from Steam? There's a reason I'm asking. If you already know about it, then that's fine. But if you don't, right, you suddenly find you can play around with everything and anything. Right, okay, that's good. So you're aware of the free trial of most things, most maps and everything else. So that really, to some extent, negates the need to buy loads of things, because it means you can just jump in and try it for 2 weeks. And if you're like me, I was at one point where I was in between jobs. It gave me plenty of time, and originally I was stuck in hotels with work, so it gave me a lot of learning time. And obviously people learn different ways, as you stated. Some people can learn by reading a manual, which is what I can do. Some people learn by watching videos, by being taught, by parrot fashion until it sinks in. And the idea of the new video channel that I'm streaming to at the moment is I'll be putting videos on there that will guide you through on the video, with all the chat in between explaining what different bits do. And then you'll get audio tracks separate, which just go through the startup that you can listen to and follow. And then when you're ready, after doing that 4 to 5 times, or however many times it takes, you write your own startup procedure. And just the act of writing something down helps reinforce that knowledge and will help you learn quicker. And it's not quite a flat learning curve with DCS. It is and can be extremely steep. But the way I want to do it is to apply all the different ways of teaching to make the learning process accelerated, if that makes sense. Anyway, doesn't help when I know it's going to be a 1.5 to 2 hour straight off video that I've got to record, and I have a persistent cough. So yeah, that's going to be fun. You got to spot the edits where the coughing is, if you can. But yeah, so if there's anything you've got any questions about in the things that I'm flying, I don't fly everything every week. I fly some things, I'm more than happy if you're having any problems whatsoever with a Huey, for instance, or you just want some hints and tips. A-10s, World War II planes, F-18 occasionally. I need to get back in the AV-8 and stuff like that. A lot of, well, all the helicopters I knew how to fly at one point, but I tend to fly the same few, as I was saying earlier. My favourite, if I've got to have a favourite plane, is really the A-10C. It's the one I'm most comfortable with. And that, you know, I've taught somebody one-to-one, and it's took 60 hours spread over 6 months, plus all his own learning time for him to get a grasp of it. And you know, he did really well, but you learn a little bit at a time, and there's a lot of repetition in there. No, let me just, that's something you've just reminded me. One of the things I need to set up is if I go to com, go to man, go to preset, let's change the radio in here to 124.000, which should change the radio to this. 124 radio check. See if it works. You watch, it won't work at all now.
Bye.
There you go. Good copy, thank you. That's inbuilt radio. Okay. Very easy to set up. I don't know whether you've played with it yet. If you look at the config of it, it's a complete ball's ache. Okay, and I mean a complete ball's ache, because they've made it overcomplicated. However, if you go to options, and you can't set this when you're in game, as you can see. Okay, so you go to audio, you've got your main audio out, your speaker layout, what type of speakers, your output. Okay, mine's going out to a little audio box and then pushes out to some monitors. What your microphone is. Okay, microphone at multiplay start, always have it push to talk. Nobody wants to hear you heavy breathing, coughing, or just puffing and panting while you run into a helicopter. Voice chat radio options, don't need to worry about it. Start microphone test, make sure it moves, which again you can't do while you're in. Adjust this down, you don't need it more than about 20% anyway. Switch on voice chat, that's it. Okay, when you get into game, you go to your controls, adjust controls. It's the BVAR one, lowercase. It's just a bit confusing at the moment. That is going to change soon, but yeah, use the BVAR one. If you go here and you type VoIP, it depends on what vehicle you're in, what module you're in, adds how many VoIP channels you've got. So in this particular one, right, it's for the radio. I think this is the intercom system internal. So I could have another one where there's just me and the co-pilot gunner can talk to each other. So you just set it to a button push, and that's all you need to do, right? Now once you've done that, if you want to check, you use left control, left shift, left tab. Okay, and these are the different radios that I've got here. So when I broadcast, you can see them go red and it picks the channel. If you click on this little button here, you can select or create channels within it. So we've got Ferret and Charlie in there. We've got nobody else. I'm not sure what's happened to Mort. He was on. It might have been, it was Pup that replied. Okay, not only can you hear my voice rattling, can you hear that? That's why I have to cough. Just 1 minute. It's a pain in the ass. So we've got little voice cogs here where we can adjust individual volume if we need to. Huh? Yeah, there you go. And that's it. And we can even create little personal channels for little groups of people. So you join someone else's server and you join as a group. You don't really want to necessarily be in main comms all the time, so you can set your own little channel up with just you and your mates. Okay, and then we come back to this. and then we don't need that on. We know it's working, which is why we asked for a radio check. All right, so you don't need to do any plugins in theory. I don't know how good it is compared to SRS. We were getting some issues with SRS. It's a brilliant piece of software and has been for years. But we were having a few of the automation problems, so when you were jumping in or running a server, it wasn't necessarily connecting. So we switched over to this just because it was being a pain in the ass at that time, and it works. It'll come booming out if it's louder than 20%, but you can adjust everything manually anyway. Okay. Right, now we're here. He says, jumping straight back to where I was, of course, we can load some weapons. So if we Spatey, were we thinking that we might change it to the Syria map next week? All I'm going to say is, has everybody got the Syria map? The Syria map is much, much better. It's got a lot of variation. Excellent. It is quite tall. You should be alright, actually. It's only if you're streaming I found a problem. Yeah. Just a heads up, when I've tried streaming with 32 gig and the Syria map, it will work, and then at some point I'd just crash because it would run out of memory. So just bear that in mind. It will work fine on 32 gig as long as you're not streaming. Right, so we're going to take the... I have some weird names for things. I will use the proper words when I'm there. Fire control radar, or the stick with a hat on it. I know. I just shorten things and make stupid names up for all sorts. On the outer here, we're going air-to-ground missiles, and we're having the laser missiles. The laser missiles on 4, and then the normal pointer laser, and keep the laser on the target here, and with some rockets here. Because I don't. Oh, we can put more, can we? On this mission, you can put more missiles, but I'm going to put the Ks on there. And the reason why I put the Ks on there, because it would be nice to let the co-pilot gunner do something. Now, I know it's AI at the moment, but when I'm flying with somebody else and I'm the co-pilot gunner, if you've got all of these laser missiles, you can just rattle them off 5x5. You can just rattle them off. Okay, default livery. I think we've got some of our own. I'll change the colour. Say OK, and make sure that we get a copy after the refueling radio, which we do. The only reason we're getting a copy at this point is we've moved over to the area where we need to be. There's a hidden fob here, and it's got all the required things like the rearming, refueling tent, trucks and things. So if we're over here, we can rearm, refuel. In a lot of the modules, you've got an intercom or a ground crew switch, and if you don't use that, when you try and talk, hey Stinger, when you try and talk to people, it won't work. Okay. Anyway, you're coming in, Redbeard. You're coming in to fly with us. Password today is BVAR12345. Obviously that's going to have to change. That's a normal closed password, which is obviously very secure. Not so much now. Oh, it's 1234. Sorry. So it's BVAR1234. Oh, right. Okay. This is a private server. Okay. And this server only runs on a Saturday, and it's when I'm streaming normally. So it can be used for other things during the week. The password isn't normally BVAR1234. That's when it's closed. Normally we put a different password on for when it's open. However, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome. The only thing is, Hayes, as long as you don't mess around, there should be all sorts of planes. And you're coming over from AC's High. Oh, excellent. How are you finding DCS? A bit of a learning curve, I would imagine. At first, right, people will use an auto start feature, which is in here, and you can make it more and more arcadey. But if you are making a transition from something else to DCS, then you got to question if you're going to do auto starts and, you know, making it more arcadey, are you doing the right thing? That's not a criticism. That's just a, you know, you're not getting the depth and some of the things that you get out of this. The satisfaction level is brilliant, you know, the achievement level. Hey, the final, how are you, matey? And welcome back to the channel. Do you understand what I mean? It's like in some of the planes nowadays, you've got like BVR, which is beyond visual range, so you can shoot stuff that you're never going to see. And I always think, well, if you're never going to see them, what's the point? Where's the satisfaction? Hey, Sticks. I mean, we've been playing World War II stuff for the past couple of weeks, most nights when I've been off, and we've had great fun, and it's you flying by the seat of your pants. But every time you do something... Oh, we're all good, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good Christmas, good thing, good change to start the new year with work, and yeah, it's moving onward and upward, which is always good. Oh, that's the Aces High, yeah. No, there's quite a few people fly lots of different things. There's quite a few people flying with me today who will fly MSFS. I have tried it, but I can't blow shit up. I can't shoot shit. And it's like... Yeah. Yeah, you can just jump on, just communicate. I mean, ideally, if you can jump onto TeamSpeak, and I know everyone's going to say who uses... sorry, what was that, Mort? Are you... I was just going to say, are you at the right place? If you look on the F10 map, you'll see where it is. It's about 210 degrees from most start pads roundabout, you'll see it, and then when you go over the wall you can rearm from there. No worries. Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, if you look, $40 a month, you've spent 400 quid in 10 months, whereas 400 quid you could probably get, I don't know, 4 or 5 modules maybe. I was going to say that you get to keep, but I'm never sure anymore with half these bloody rules coming in where you end up buying licenses for something but you don't own the module, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? Like all the Steam stuff that's been going on, where they've had to change policies slightly, and then if something does happen to Steam, then you haven't got any games, which is not great, but hey. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, so we've got weapons on now. In some modules you need radio buttons to be able to call the weapons. So on saying that, now we've got weapons and things, what I'm going to do is... Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah. With a free version on DCS, you get everything, or most things, for 2 weeks. There is no point downloading more than one thing, because 2 weeks is nothing. 2 weeks is such a short time. You have a look at something and then it'll start working. Then you have a look at something else, then it'll start working. After 6 months, which is probably by the time you've got through most modules, you can do it all over again. Never ever try and learn 2 planes at the same time. And the reason for that is they are too similar in terms of some of the functionality, but completely different words. I have taught somebody with HOSAS on the QE. It's it can be a little bit difficult because it makes it difficult to sort of, you know, put the throttle into a place or whatever and leave it where it is, unless you've got some sort of slidey thing, and then you won't have the resolution. It's doable. The fact you've got proper analog axis is a positive. It's far better than using a controller. However, you may find instead of trying to use two sticks to fly, right, use your left hand and the keyboard and one stick to fly. Use the left stick to give you all the features. So what do I mean by that? If we just have a quick look at the controls, right? Let's get rid of this search function here, and we go all but axis. There's a lot of controls. Yeah, just a simple stick, you know, cheap-ass stick will work. So one stick will work, right? But there's some other things I'm going to show you now, right? These are all the controls, right, which are not axis in the helicopter I'm in. Do I need to make all these work on a stick? No, you can see I don't need to do that, right? You can see what I've done. Yeah, there's just, but the point is, in DCS, I mean, look, these are my controllers. These pedals, throttle, joystick. Right, so basically, right, you can see how little I've got, and part of the reason for that is when you have a high fidelity aircraft, and don't be sucked into buying a low fidelity. I'll get there, I didn't forget. So you can click all the buttons that you need in the cockpit, so you don't necessarily have to set them onto a stick. Now, if you've only got one stick, I was going to get there, just would have had to be patient. If you've only got one stick, there's also modifiers. So by default, you've got left alt, left control, left shift, left win, right alt, right shift, right win. So by holding any one of those keys, if you've got a simple stick with a hat on, that hat will do 9 different things. Okay? You can also, with your left joystick, define some of the buttons on it to be modifiers. Right? I suppose so, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, sticks. So you've got modifiers, right? You can define modifiers with your stick, as I have done there, joystick button 15, okay? You can also have switches on here. And what is a switch? A switch is a button that when you press it once will remain pressed irrespective until you press it again. Why would you want something like that? Well, if you think you've got a stick with some buttons or hats on, when you press one button, hey sticks, on your left hand stick, your right stick now will do a whole set of functions for everything, including the axis. Okay? And then when you press that button again, then it will be back to where it was. And you can apply that to any of the buttons on your stick. Does that make sense? So basically, utilising a stick or the keyboard with your left hand and flying with your right hand, as long as you got forward, back, left, right and twist, then you can do anything. And if you've only got one stick, you can still do anything anyway. Over time, as you get more familiar with modules, you start to learn about limitations, and maybe then you think, I might want to upgrade a stick. And I would never recommend to anyone, you know, unless you got money to throw away, start at the bottom. So did you say you got a 3D stick earlier on? Because I think I started with something similar. I think it was something similar when I first started, obviously excluding all the flight sims going back to Commodore 64 days and so on. And then my first stick was an X52, throttle and stick, which was quite expensive at the time. It was about 100 quid or roundabouts, which was a lot, and that's held its price so much. And even that was really, really good. It was such a big leap up from what I was using, but then it had its own issues.
Rudder pedals for the Helis will make your life so much easier also.
It will, but if you're just starting out, right, one of the things you have to be mindful of is it's very easy to suddenly spend or want to spend a lot of money on being able to do some of the things that we do. If I went into the other room, which I can do tomorrow if she's streaming, I can use her stick where she hasn't got rudder pedals, and my flying in a helicopter is not that much different than what I'm doing now. And I showed her that myself, and I said, you know, and she asked me, how come you can fly that like that? And I said, because I understand it and I know what I'm doing with it. Do you know what I mean? That's familiarity. Yeah. This is the problem. So to be honest, as long as your stick does a twist, as long as you put it in the right place, then you will find it's easy to use for the rudder. The biggest problem people do, and correct me if I'm wrong, I see, where's your stick? Is it over to the right of your keyboard and the other one to the left of your keyboard? Are they both where your arms bend? Are they mounted on a chair? Are they on a desk? Do you have to spread your arms a little bit to get to them? Because if you do, which is what people typically do, you'll struggle with the twist grip. So if you're flying helicopters, you need to make sure that you move your stick inward, push your keyboard back, and if you're flying on a table, make sure that your seat is the right height, so that when you bend your arm at the elbow and your arm's forward bent, that the stick is right there in your hand. Right? If it's to the right, when you try and twist the stick to the left, it will hurt your wrist and you're likely to put pressure and pull back slightly to stop it from hurting. So therefore, if you move your stick inward, slide your seat forward a little bit and make sure your chair's adjusted at the right height, you'll find when your hand is straight out in front of you, just bend your arms, rotate your wrist, you've got full movement without putting any pressure on anything. And if your stick is in that position, then it's going to be really easy to do. And if you can put the base of your hand on something to steady it, you'll find you'll get a really good level of control. And most people probably wouldn't even notice. I mean, if you look back, Shifty used to use a simple joystick. I think he's still got his picture on there of what he used before he moved into HOTAS. Does that make sense? So there's lots of ways to skin a cat, as they say, and you don't necessarily, when you're starting out, have to spend shitloads of money on controls. Of course, when you've been flying for a while, you know, you won't think anything could drop in 400 or 500 quid on a piece of kit to make it work better. But, you know, that's the same as everything. If you're learning to play the guitar, you don't want to spend 4 or 5 grand on a guitar. You might find that after 2 or 3 months you give up on it and you've wasted your money. So it's better to make it difficult, start with something basic, stick to it, and then you're in a position to appreciate a new stick rather than wasting money. Does that make sense? Anyway, right, what else am I doing? Weapons. I've got all these weapons loaded now, as we can see. There's a couple of things on here. Acquisition. So at the moment, if we look out the front of the helicopter and I put the iHads back on, you'll see there's a diamond there. Yeah, it does feel like I'm ranting a bit, but really it's just over the years of flying this and IL-2. It's just stuff that you learn that if it helps someone, you know, that's great. I've done my job for today. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, coughing again. As I get hot, I'm going to cough. Right, so if we look here, this diamond is just forward facing, and it's a quick handy reference in the middle of the screen. The cross in the middle, right, is my acquisition. So my acquisition at the moment says fixed, which is why it's there. If I change that to the gunner's helmet sight, Okay, you'll see it's now disappeared and the gunner is looking somewhere over there. But looking at this cross, I can see where he's looking. Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is on this screen I'm going to change a video feed to the TADS. And the TADS is this video camera system and targeting system that is on the front of the helicopter that is managed by my co-pilot gunner. Okay, so I can see that on here as well. Now if I switch my co-pilot gunner on, I mean very often I don't need him, but I'm going to put him on here. Okay, I can assign him a weapon. This helicopter's great fun, but it's much better when there's two people in it. Okay, just bear that in mind. So he's got no weapon at the moment. So I can change, if I can remember what the control is. There we go. Okay, so I can give him different weapons to look at. I can also look over there and say to him, go and have a look over there. Okay, and he's slaved and looked over there, and this is him showing me what there is. And as I said, AI is AI, you know, it works, but it's much more fun by yourself. Waypoint 4 was it, by the way? I'll get there in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so another thing I need to check on, let's look down here, let's switch this off with I, is I'm going to set a route, and I'm going to set a route to waypoint 4. So the route button is there. I want to go direct to waypoint 4. I don't want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to go direct to waypoint 4, and that takes me to waypoint 4. If you notice this little cross, that's where I looked and he looked. So this represents him looking on my screen. Okay. Right. So let's put this back on. Let's take off. We got weapons. We got everything. Don't necessarily need the AI guy. And this is the problem when you use these laser-driven Hellfires. You know, you can do stuff without him. Okay, so the aircraft is already an arm now, and there's my home base target, which is where waypoint 4 is. Now if you look on the top left, I've also displayed the axis. The axis is displayed with right control and enter, and that will show you the various axes that I'm using to control it. So this is the cyclic, okay, one in the middle, look. These are the rudders, this one on the bottom. You'll see my collective going up and down. The RPM I don't touch. Okay, now there's a few different things in this compared to some of the helicopters, and that is you trim the rudder and you also trim the cyclic. So I'm going to trim it. So let's set this to about there, and that's trimmed. Okay, now if you look, if I move these, see the asterisk? The asterisks show me where it's trimmed in both cases. Okay, I'm moving the rudder and the cyclic, so that asterisk on the display at the top left shows you where it's trimmed. Now I can move past that, but the important thing to note is that the asterisk, right, is my center of my stick. Now that's important to know, because in real life I think they use some sort of magnet or friction feed for trimming and stuff. Magnetic, I think, on the more modern equipment, and friction on the old stuff. And what happens in the helicopter, because you cannot simulate it with a center spring on a joystick, is you move your stick, you set your trimmer, okay, and your stick in the cockpit stays where you've just put it. What you must do then is relax your grip. Relax your grip. I need to arm my stuff here, look. And then it's gone off armed. Why is it gone off armed? Is that a bug? thinks I'm on the ground, does it? Oh, sorry, it's because that guy in the front is managing it, that's why. Dozy Arab. Right, so basically, sorry about that if I was insulting anyone. Yes, matey. There you go, Grandad. He's dated. He's been the same ever since I was little. My granddad was always there, making sure that I was, have you done this? Have you put your coat on? Take your coat off when you get in the house, you won't feel the benefit. He's still doing the same now, and I'm old. But hey ho. Anyway, so the trimmer system, you can't simulate with a standard stock. Alright, more. You can't simulate the real life trimmer with the sticks that we use unless you've got a friction, force feedback one, I mean. So it does a compromise. It keeps, once you trim something, now the way this works is I'm holding the trimmer. So basically, I hold the trimmer down and that disengages the trimmer function. I put my stick where I want it, and then I let go of the trimmer and that engages the trimmer. But when I let go of the trimmer, I have to relax my joystick so my real life joystick returns to the center of its travel. If you don't let that happen, you'll have no input to the helicopter, and I can demonstrate it much easier on the Huey or the Shark than I can on this while I'm going along. Okay, so this is trimmed and there is an element of drift and various other things. Now when you use the trimmer, it can only hold up to a certain point. Am I right? Am I getting mixed up with the other bits? We'll come to that after. There's bits of this I need to actually start to read to get the exact detail, rather than make the assumption my understanding is correct. Okay? So you can see they trimmed away from where they started. If there's either a bit of wind or there's a bit of a drift there, I might be able to correct it, but we'll try. And I'll do that, and let's see. A little bit more. I'm going to just give it a little bit more left, a little bit more rudder. I've accidentally caught another button there, which happens sometimes. Especially the way I've got this on a hat. Right, so we're heading over to this point. 5x5. It's a bit loud. I assume that was you, Cookie, copy?
Yeah, copy.
Okay, I'll turn you down a bit. Hang on, you're really loud. Right, so what I'm going to do before I turn him down is there's another couple of things. We've got an attitude hold and an altitude hold. So the attitude hold will keep my helicopter. You imagine the angle it's flying at, and the way this is angled slightly nose forward, the way the blades are and that. And what attitude hold will do is hold my helicopter in exactly that position, or more or less. And you can see suddenly we've got blue boxes.
Turn the mic down.
Yeah, your mic could do with being on about, is that your real life mic or the mic in game, the input?
There's the input on in-game. I'll just turn it down to 30%.
Yeah, turn it down to about 20, even 16 you'll find is plenty loud enough, which is what we discovered when we first started. So basically what attitude hold does is it depends, right? It depends on what...
1, 2, 4 radio check, how's that?
5x5, still bright but not as bad. I think I turned you up last week after the issues you were having, so I think I've got your volume up a bit as well, but it's a lot better than it was, and I can tweak the rest. So basically what that does, look at it now, right? I can drink a cup of tea now, no problem at all. The helicopter's set there, it's going, it's got its attitude held, It's got its altitude held, which is going to drop out soon if I'm not careful. Make a slight adjustment with my collective, and it will hold it in position. There's the beep. It should tell me here that it are saturated. So that is the altitude hold, because the variation on altitude has changed over the range of control that the system can do. It will beep at you, tell you, and then disable it, or flash it and then disable it, because it can't hold at the level that it's been requested. So you've only got a small variation on the different axes. This sounds complicated. It's much better to explain when I'm not actually flying around, I think. It basically means that if your rotation goes more than, how close am I? I might be too close there. Yes, I am. I've got to be careful. Let's pop down this hole here. It means that if your input, or your stick input, whether you're doing it or it's doing it itself, is more than a certain percentage, it can't hold it. So it warns you and drops it. If it's less than a certain percentage, the helicopter system will hold it completely for you. Now I need to do something else, because I've been that busy yakking away and explaining stuff. I completely forgot what I was supposed to be doing, and I've just flown into a danger zone. Can you see? Something's shooting at me, so I'm trying to get low down and hide out over here, so that that thing, whatever it was, can't shoot at me. I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm trying. Right now, as I slow down, and I'm using that little line in the middle of the hood to slow me down. Look how slow I'm going now. Applying a little bit more collective to hold me in the air, a little bit of rudder, let go, right? Employ the attitude hold, employ the altitude hold, and let's see what happens. All right, now there's a little bit of drift there. Just wait a little bit and the helicopter should automatically slow itself down even more, right, and get into a hover. And the reason for this is when you use the attitude hold, if it's less than 40 kilometers, it goes, oh, are you trying to hover? Right, okay, I'll try and get you into a hover. Now, one of the things I usually do is try and help it by trimming into a very low. Let me reset this and concentrate on what I'm doing. So I'll try and get it as low as possible, so when I hit that button, right, it's gonna basically do it much quicker. So I'll get that line that you can see to the right, really tiny, and get the circle right in the middle as best as I can before I hit the button. So you can see it's already down to 11. It's coming down less, just adjusting the altitude, just right. And then instead of the helicopter systems having to do all the work, I'm trying to help it. And I'm just bringing the altitude up a little bit and then slowing it down, and then I'll put that one on as well, which I've just done. And you see that now it's getting into a fairly decent hover, okay? And it's going down to about 0 or 1. Altitude's holding steady. I've got no warnings, and therefore this is in a good position, okay? Right, so it depends. If you're going over 40 kilometers, someone's got I can hear a permanent hiss. Anyone else hear that or not? Okay, just one moment. So it sounds like someone's it sounds like someone's got the mic keyed without any transmission. Trying to work out where it's from. Yeah, let's have a look. I might be able to find out who it is.
A customer said, hot mic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's in my... I think that's gone. Yeah, I think whoever it is sorting out... Oh, I've leaned on my throttle. Bugger. That's going to kill me. Go away. I just leaned on my throttle as I was doing that. And I really didn't want to do that. Can you believe it? Let's reset that. Let's get this sorted. Hang on. When I was... oh, bollocks. Shut your hole. Shut your hole. Let's try and recover it, shall we? Nope, I ain't going to recover that. When I was trying to sort the radio, I accidentally leaned on the collective, and because I was gawking at the radio buttons, right, the helicopter was climbing and climbing. I didn't notice, and I'm looking at these buttons trying to sort something out. No worries. I just have to go in and do it again. But it won't take me so long. So basically that, if you can slow your helicopter down, when you've got this system that helps you with trim, you'll find that if you can make the helicopter nearly in a hover anyway, when you engage the proper hover, you'll find, right, that it goes in so damn quick compared to normal. If you fly the Shark, let me take this top off as well. Makes me cough if I get too warm. Rain dog! You're right, matey. Speaking of which, matey, I do apologise for the other week. I did drop you an email, and I'm not sure why it didn't work. I think just 1 minute before I go, because I think I might have thought it out. Thanks. This is it. You see, all these people are either moderators. You got the email. That's good. I do apologise. Let me try and do something. Right, there we go. I want to try and see if this works, because I think there's a problem and it's not auto logging into the system. So I do apologise to people who are... Let's see if this works. Log in with touch. I think I know. Yeah, I can talk about that, mate, till the cows come home. It all works. I can do it, understand it. That was so long ago. But the Mark Spitz one, I am going to integrate into my videos on the new channel. So when you see that, you'll know it's a reference to you. Right, that'll work now. I do apologise. I wasn't logged in. Can somebody, I know this sounds a bit cheeky, can somebody just do a test follow for me, please, to see if it comes up? I know that sounds like a bit of a cop-out, doesn't it? But just do a test follow. I never normally ask, but I just want to see if it works. Sorry, I was saying I do apologise. It was such a shame, Rain Dog. But, oh, for God's sake. But it hasn't come up very loud, and I know why that is. I think it's because it used to come on that loud. I turned it all down, and that didn't fix it. So while we were all here having a chat and so on, every time somebody did something, it come on so damn loud. So you can see the video and the fact that you've done it, but it doesn't fire it up there. It just mentions something on this part of the stream. But I do apologise. And Rain Dog, you don't need to keep sending me all your money, mate. But it is appreciated. But as I said to you, I'm just happy that people, you know, come and watch and they can learn something. You know what I'm like. Right, I've opened my door now. I've taken the fleece off, so hopefully it'll drop the coffin down. Right, I'll start again. I've already explained at the beginning how to start this up. I'm not going to go through it again unless someone specifically wants it. Oh yeah, it was got. It's just such a shame though, and it is appreciated. Yeah, I did check and then sent you an email. When Mr. Beast comes on and drops 500,000, he's going to get a shock because he'll get that straight back. Trust me. Not that he'll ever drop on and give me 500,000, but you know what I mean. It's like, I just don't see the point, to be honest. It's too much. Right, okay. Got APU on. We'll start the left engine. Yes, I know. Right, we'll get going. It won't take as long this time because I won't be talking all the way through it. Ah, no, you couldn't. Surely you got all the modules you need. I bet you don't have the time to fly them half the time, do you, Grandad? You'll have to send me a picture at some point of you, the other half, and the little one. When I say little, I mean inverted commas, standing together. Yeah, I thought so. Standing together, because when I was going through my pictures, I found that one of you in the pub. Felice. So I haven't got the heating on, by the way. No. Oh, you got some. We really haven't had much. It's been frosty. We're on about -5, which is nothing really. Pup, who's in Sweden, he's got like 5 foot of snow. Well, not quite that much, but sometimes he does get 5 foot. He's got quite a lot. So we'll start with the second engine. If anyone has got any questions, please ask. But now I've got to pay more attention to my flying. It was difficult because I'd got like someone shooting at me, and I knew that if I was too high, but I just took myself out, didn't I? Just one of those things. I need to press that button. If you do want the startup, I have gone over the whole startup, by the way, so it should be on the recording. Let's switch this off. Go down here and turn that knob up. Normally you'd want to turn that up straight away so that when you come to do the alignment of the iHads, it's already there. Okay, just waiting for this to get less than 60. Still on. Oh, less than 70 actually, isn't it? Not 60. So now I can push the throttle forward. Make sure that the collective is back when you do this. It's amazing how many times you end up after restarting, find your throttle, or your collective in this case is forward. Fuel transfer fail again. Let's change it and see if that error disappears. Okay. Sure, that's a bug. It don't matter what you do with it, look. And just clear it, I think. Master caution. No, it won't clear it. But that's set okay. We haven't got alignment just yet, so we're waiting for that to happen. Engines on. Switch the radios up. Oh, that's better. And that one up. Uncage this. Turn the video down because that is just too bright. Change to 5. Sorry, to 4. Show CPG cursor. Threat show. Threats targets. TSD. AAC. Can't remember what that stands for. Anyone remember? Please tell me. Need to get into a position. I'll use the bottom of here instead, I think it might be easier. Weapons, ball sight, iHads. Try again. Weapons, ball sight, iHads. Put this on. Oh man. When you wear glasses, it's a pain in the ass, especially when your head tracking's up in the air. That's good enough. Because I haven't got any track IR on, I use something else. And when I start to look down, the head tracking's pointing over my glasses. And, well, I'm looking over my glasses and it's blurred, so I can't see it. Well, we've got to head about 210. To go and get some fuel. Let's put the radio on so we can check comms first. So com man. Yeah, it does make you wonder why, doesn't it? Why would you want that? I mean, LG monitors, believe me, they are amazing. I mean, I've got an LG one. I would happily buy another one. But that other one would be for something else. It wouldn't be for gaming as such. It would be to my left. And it'll be for my keyboards and things. Or monitoring the video feed to YouTube, which is what one of my other monitors do. But they're so damn good. But when they come out, they're expensive. As they're coming towards end of line, they drop the price, but you've never got the money for the drop price version, do you know what I mean? Otherwise I'd just buy another one. But they're like 42 inches and they take up a lot of space, but the quality is good. Would I want it curved? Not necessarily. It's about 3 foot away from my face and it's spot on. I can read everything. I've obviously upped the size a little bit, but it is really good. Blacks are black. Did I do that bit? I think I did. Yeah. It's just phenomenal. And I'll get told off in a minute by Cookie, no doubt. Right, okay, let's go and get some weapons again. When you take off, one thing I didn't mention is you want to push your side click slightly left and your rudder slightly left as well. Then start increasing the collective. And you should take off fairly reasonable. Just don't be heavy-handed with anything to do with helicopters. And that means I've got my APU still on, which is something I do a lot of. When you're trying to make adjustments as well, you don't want to make adjustments in big ways. It's all about little movements. If you actually watch my stick, you can see here, look. It's all about little movements to make adjustments. And I don't like that perspective, it's really confusing. What am I doing today? Come on. Yes, I know. Right, okay. That was me talking to the helicopter, it keeps beeping at me. Where's my, is it down here? Look. I think it is my thing. Certainly can say a lot of stuff, can't it? Let's just get rid of this beeping. I always forget and it always lets me know. No, I'll just switch it back on again then. Right, where am I? Where am I going? The wrong way. The light isn't great at the moment, I must admit, and I need to go down here somewhere.
They also showed a projector that's off 5.3 inches and will give you 100 video on movie screen from only 9 inches away.
Really? So is that laser based or just projector? And is that 4K? I take it. Or is it 8K? Right. Slow down a little bit. Might actually get to fighting soon, isn't it? It's Stingy forgetting to tell us on this radio, just in case. What way am I going? Over there. I can't see some of that. That's not my monitor, that's me. Ah, there's the one. Right. Yeah, it was good. I haven't looked at that bit. Was that another LG thing? Yeah. The CES stuff is quite good, isn't it? And I did, oh, it's still going on about my fuel transfer. Is anyone else getting these fuel transfer errors popping up all the time now in the Apache? No one's in the Apache, probably. The other thing you've got to remember as well, when you do trimming, or use your trimmer, you have to take your hands off any sticks and throttle, and if you're using rudder with your feet, you've got to lift your feet as well. So when you center your stick, got some white noise there, if that was you, Stixer. It's a bit heavy. Is it down? Hooray. 124 radio check. Is mine working? Did I actually get round to doing it? Probably forgot. Yeah. Yeah. 124 radio check. I haven't heard anything back.
555.
Okay, thank you. Right. Let's get back to my weapons and let's get back to where we were. I do apologise, it's getting very bitty at the moment, isn't it? Nice to see so many of us on here, by the way. Anyone else wants to join in, you're more than welcome. Right, let's go back again. Stick with an hat on. I'm just going to put L's on at the moment on the basis that I'm going to fire everything. And as I can't control the laser per se, I may as well just put these missiles on, up the fuel a little bit, make sure the weight is low. Maybe give it a little bit more because I'm going to be hovering around and yakking, say okay. Make sure we get copies. Yeah, we got copies. Let's go and have a look at the map while we're waiting. So we're going over to waypoint 4. All these things here are where people have crashed. We're all in helicopters. Sting is in the F-16. He's possibly, I'm not sure what he's doing now. He was probably doing not Hellfires. Oh. I can't remember what it is. What is it you're firing, Sting? I forgot the word. Harms. Ah, right. That's it, Harms. I remembered. High-speed anti-radiation missiles. But we'll stick this on now. You can see the helicopter move a little bit when the weight's going on. So you see a slight wobble. When that's passed, I'm going to disable or bypass this. And off we go. Right, oh, no, let's put this there, let's go to there, let's go to weapon acquisition. We can change it to gunner's helmet sight, or we can look at where the TADS is looking. So this time round I've looked at where the TADS is looking. Ah, I've seen Marcus Brownlow. Right, let's go over to the target, and I'm not sure why everything seems to be quite dark today, but it does. Okay, so we'll take off again. Now we shouldn't need too much of anything because it should more or less go straight up, look, which it will. We need to find out where the... There it is over there. Interestingly, they said they've changed the control of all of this and made it easier. Well, whether easier is more accurate or not, I don't know, but I tell you what, once you get used to one method and then it just changes, it's quite interesting. So what we're going to do... Why have I got that there? Use the hover symbology? Oh, I think I know what you mean. I don't usually use it. It's just the way some of it controls. It's just the feel of it is a little bit different. The way that it reacts to the inputs that you give it, if you know what I mean. It does feel different to what it was before. This is what I would normally use. I use this symbology, to be honest. Are you on about the hover bobber? Is that the one you mean? Well, we'll head over here, but while I'm doing that, let's pop that in there. Let's change my height. Let's switch on the mass-mounted antenna. Ah. One of the things, to be fair, I haven't not read up on this. Due to the last 6 months, the way I work, it's been away from home all the time, so my flying's limited. But now I'm back at home, so with a bit of luck, before I do any videos and anything, I need to read some of the stuff and get the actual facts rather than the assumptions. I do have some printed manuals as well with some of the modules. Right, I'll get what you're saying. Let me just sit there a minute. What I'm going to do is go down to the FCR, and then I'm going to go to util and change it from pinned. Pinned means it's held back, and I'm going to click the FCR bit override. Okay, So now we've got that. I also need to select the FCR there and select the FCR. Okay. So one of the things I can do now is do a single scan. And we are quite high up here. We don't want to be this high at the moment. What we can see on here are the... Let's have a look, see if it makes... While we're on here, so something's tracking me, as you can see, which is what happened at the beginning. But it's well outside my range. I've got about an 8 kilometre range. Let's turn this down a little bit. I'm just going to drop down. Anyway, hello Scotty, welcome to the channel. Oh. Oh, thank you very much, Rain Dog. Hey Ven, I didn't realise you was on, matey. Thanks, Rain Dog. Where's the person I was talking to then? Oh, Scotty. Right, welcome to the channel, Scotty, by the way. I did have... Interesting. I did have something set to change the modes. Thanks, matey. The only problem is now we'll have some people going... Alright, matey. We'll have somebody going, oh no, does that mean I've got to go and watch him again? Do you know what I mean? Oops, that shouldn't have happened. Right, okay. If anybody is interested, it's also been streamed on YouTube as well, but it's been streamed in 4K 60 FPS and it really does look quite good. The problem is that there is a 1 minute delay between what I'm doing and when you actually see it. What's that? As far as I'm aware, you can repair. At the weapon one, they should have everything there. Did they? See, I'm not sure how he's got it set up, and you can try the other pad, but it might be you have to go back to the main base, which is Central, I think. Krasnodar Central. A little bit too far, so therefore I'd try the base you started at first. There was something, I know I had to go there for something the other week, well, the other month now, but I can't remember exactly what. But there are the odd few things that have been changed, and I noticed now we can seem, unless it's always been there, we can get all the L's instead of the K's for the Hellfires, which is a bit odd. And for some unknown reason, I don't know whether anyone's noticed, I'm chugging. Yeah, it might be quicker. Why am I chugging? Can you see the way it's going over these trees? Look. Stop now. There was a second.
Said, so is DCS.
Are you coming next week? Oh man, I purr like a cat when I'm breathing half the time. And you know, you can hear this rattle, and it's a real pain in the ass. So we've obviously got something over to the right, and I want to stay over there. But yeah, when I was going along then, and I wonder what's causing that, because are you through an agency at the moment? I'm starting, right, and this is the weird thing, I'm starting to get like micro stutters as I'm going along, and I never get micro stutters, so something odd's going on. I don't know why. I know I've got about 7 apps open, I've got enough memory, and I just wonder why it should be doing it. Wonder if there's any wonder if they got any memory leaks at all or anything with this since the update. But that's very odd for this to happen, to be honest.
No, small private company.
Ah, right. So they just get work when they need it type thing. Not always in advance. Well, what sort of range are we? 11 clicks off. Get down here anyway so we can just move in and keep our head down. So if you look on the map, you'll see there's an open area slightly here to the right. I'm just going to stay down here a little bit. I tell you what, my flying does need a little bit more work on it. I need to try and find some time during the week. It makes such a big difference. I notice this when I've been working away. When I only get to fly on a Saturday and there's no time to do anything else, I fly when I stream, and you can really tell, or I can really tell, the difference over the last 6 months. Do you know what I mean? That level of control is not quite the same. So while I'm going along, I'll do another scan. Let's also pop this on as well. And I think there's another little thing I can pop on. I also need to change this acquisition target.
Spatey said, we can see the stutter in the stream now as well.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? And I don't get that, do you know what I mean? I haven't had a stutter on this machine for a long time. So it does make me wonder. Which you watching, Spatey? The Twitch or the other one? What's that doing? Yeah, that's really odd, I must admit. Unless something's going on in the background, which could well be. Yeah, when I was going along, I was looking at the tops of the trees and I thought, what's going on? Right, let's go into weapons. Make sure I've got those selected, which I have. Switch them off again for now. It's not doing it now. It was just when I'm... Oh, it's doing it now, look. Can you see? That is really quite bad. I mean, I've not had that for God knows how long. Right, this is that area I was at before. I need to come down. Need to keep my head down if I can actually control my helicopter. Oh, we've got something over there. So if I select these weapons, Oh, really? Are you sure it's not a comms issue?
No.
That's really interesting. Bec- oh, a repair. Yeah, a repair you do, sorry. It's just a rearm, you don't have to.
Just come back and then
Right, okay, now we've got those selected, we can just literally, he said, fire when rifle. Rifle. Now, one of the things I should have done when I went over to weapons is select all, because then it's going to fire up all of them, and I should in theory be able to just keep holding onto the button. Rifle, 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 and you see why. Rifle, rifle. You see why to some extent. That's taking the fun out of it. I'd much rather have two people and then go and shoot them.
how's it going?
Okay, scan again. So basically the way that works is it's picked up targets. It picks a target as the main target, which I can change the targets. It identifies. It would identify the targets. If you look closely, you can see whether they're wheeled, you can see whether it's a primary target, you can flip the targets around between the main one. Rifle, I've also got something targeting me, so I need to drop down, drop some flares, and if I don't drop down quick, if I don't drop down fairly quick, I'm going to get shot. You can see the trails over there. I'm trying to get behind these trees and yeah, I just noticed them. That's why I was just moving out of the way. I'm trying to give myself a little bit of cover using the terrain. Probably not the best terrain. So there's something a little bit further back than where I am there. Let's see if I can slow down a little bit here. Hey, good evening. All good, thank you. Only crashed twice. Third time if I'm not going to be careful here. I'm being shot at as well. Let me try and get this steady. Shut your arm. Don't want to go too high. Yep.
Do airplanes, helicopters have footlights? You know, so you don't get weekended, meaning you don't get blasted in the sky.
I don't know. I'm the worst person to ask. My knowledge of anything to do with helicopters and planes and things is quite limited to what I play on games. There's a few people in chat who may be able to help you more out with that, but I have no idea. I've been on planes in the fog and I've landed in the fog when I've come back off holiday, and we've still got that fuel fail, which is a little bit odd, to be honest. Let me go back to my FCR. Let's do a quick scan, see if we've got anything out there. Yeah, you've got a major issue, haven't you? Yeah.
That's just a wild guess.
I remember coming back from New Zealand once in t-shirt and shorts, bearing in mind it's their summer when I was over there. And I'd just got a little rucksack as all the rest of my luggage was in there, and people were looking at me. I got flip-flops, t-shirt, shorts, and a little sort of, just a, you know, a walking round backpack thing, not a major one. And it was all frost, ice and fog. But fortunately I'm not stupid, so I had some trousers and something in the back because I was aware. But it was quite amusing.
Cell said, "I just need an extra 600 hours watching Nancy the guy with knowing how to play anything."
Oh, I wouldn't bank that much time on me, mate. I can show you some things, but I can't show you everything, and I'm still picking things up with this as I go along as well.
Maybe you need to stream an extra 500 hours.
I can stream more now than I could. I can't stream as much as I did because I have a job, and that job is away. But certain days I may be able to once I get used to the work that I do. Mondays and Thursdays definitely not, because I have to get up at 1:15 the next day, so I have to go to bed at 8 o'clock, which is a bit bad. Right, we've got a couple of things out there still, I think. Rifle. Let's see if we can follow these. Of course, it's a BVAR 1234. I don't think these are mine. Mine have gone. Right, see how we're doing now. And if anything's still there. You've got wheeled vehicles, you can see, look. Crosses are ones we fired at. It doesn't necessarily mean they've been destroyed. Yeah, just jump in, Jacob. We're using in-game comms, and we're on channel 124. So we've got something over there. Might be worth me getting the little guy on the cannon. So let's bring him up. Let's give him the gun. And let's enable him to free fire. With a missile, you've got a range of about 8,000 metres. That's a bit odd. No, 8,000. So that's 8 kilometres. Yeah. We used to have a similar problem with PUP, and if PUP rebooted, it suddenly all started to work because there was some sort of issue, we think, but not always. But if you did a reboot, now whether that was just coming into the you know, you don't reboot if you don't want to, you know. I think it's you probably with the radio that's broadcasting, I'm not sure, because we've suddenly got someone broadcasting again, or hot micing. So can people make sure that, okay, if anyone's joined in, can you make sure you're on push to talk for the radio, please? I don't think it's one of you, it might be someone just coming in. Right, let's reset that and let's fly over there a little bit. And what we got? We got a bit of space. I might just get shot down. We've got space off to the right, haven't we? Let's go over there if we can. That'll allow us to get that. Hello, Sham. Was you passing and got lost? Probably got to plug his audio in. Am I loud enough, by the way? I want to get closer to those without sort of just going high. I'm just looking for the spaces in the woods. Okay, keep an eye over there. That's possibly what's over there at the back. There's a space there, let's move into that.
It is another thing on flying machines that every single firmware and other display is a functional purpose. It's just engineering on its list.
Oh no, it's good, isn't it? That's in real life and in game, or just in real life? Or do you mean like in the sim? That, right, I thought so. We got missiles coming, get away. Right, okay, let's try and get down, otherwise we're going to get another one. Oh man. Yeah, shut your hole. Oh, bollocks. Morning, Pedro, Mr. Yam. You didn't see that, right? There is nothing to see. Apparently it's a new update. It's a new update on the Apache, apparently. Where was I?
Don't see what don't see a thing.
No, I didn't think you would. So there's something
Shell says
straight over
pilots
there.
have to be one, if not the most knowledgeable person in the planet.
Usually the Shark 3. I'll do a barrel roll. So it's a bit of a bugger, isn't it, Sam? Oh, I'm probably dead now, by the way, hence being black. Let's go back to there.
Yeah, chargers is discount. I bought the shirt.
Oh, right, yeah. Is it just a small uplift?
If you have a drink every time, man.
No, that was me dodging. Yeah, there are some changes. What I'm going to do though is, no, I'll start it. I was going to say I'll go and make a drink because I could do one at the moment. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Right, IPU's on. Start with the first engine. How are you, Yam? Are you coming in today? Oh, did I press the IPU? Yes, I did. There we go. Let's try again. Should have waited for it. Let's turn that knob up already. Keep an eye on that. Okie dokie. Ah, right, yeah.
Yes, but it's still not an F-16 flying.
What are you saying? If anybody wants to be a gunner, you're more than welcome. Got a spare seat, it's warm. It wasn't me. It was AI. No, I know my flying is rough compared to how it used to be, I tell you. Fromage. Cheese. That's it, is it? It is cheese, isn't it, I think? I thought it was. I don't mean the fromage fry bit. What, are you just going to whisper? What? Fromage. One of the things you got to do is just call poisson. When you're in a restaurant and you want the waiter's attention, go poisson, and everyone will look at you. What is that low down yet? Yep. Let's see if I can do it. If you want to, yeah, you can do that. Poisson. Just one poisson. Don't do two poissons. That's just taking the mick. But poisson. And they'll come over and go, this poisson, not poisson. It's used on April Fool's Day, isn't it, fish? When you've tricked somebody. So they put fish on each other's backs on April Fool's Day instead of doing what we do. Right, what did I want? I wanted fuel. I want to see. See, this is already there. That's what I don't get. There's something I'm missing on this. This looks like it's working now. No, they paper fish normally. Right. Let's go over here. Pop that on, pop that on, pop that on. Radio. Tell you what, I hate it when they change something after so many years, especially in the A10. They've changed things that I still do it wrong, even in the Huey, where my mouse inverted itself, and it's really difficult. Every time I come to fly it, I still do it the opposite way, because in my head, I don't have to think about it, I'll just do it, but what I do is the opposite way round, because my mouse inverted once. And all the buttons were the wrong way around. It's a pain in the ass trying to keep up, and that's when you just resort to memory muscle, and it's wrong, and I cannot stop doing the same thing. It's bizarre. It's one of the reasons I tend not to like flying stuff when it's not complete. However, I did make the exception at this, to be fair. Everything else, I haven't even flown the F-16 yet, and I bought it on pre-release. I've sat in it, and that's it. We'll go, there's no point going, yeah, we'll go on a helmet side. No, we'll go tags. And then change that to tags. Need to alive. my iHeads. Back there, that'll do. Oh, you got them all? Oh, that's moved. Didn't want to do that. I can't read this writing when I'm here, look. Foresight. Have I done it already? What's it say? iHeads, yes. Have I done this? No, it should go now. There we go. I can't read it when I'm back here. This is why I keep moving around. It's a pain in the ass. Right, let's go and... I think I've got everything. Have I done the radio? Yeah. Radio check. I'll just do that or not? Right, this time I'm not going to go so high. One, 2, 4 radio check. Don't think I did do it. Nope.
You're breaking up a bit, man.
Yeah, it's because I'm not on the right channel. It's just out, so I haven't changed it to 124 yet. I thought I had done. Oh, I might have done, yeah. It is on the right channel. Where are you? Are you far away or what? Because it should drop off with distance.
I'm not that far away from behind.
Okay, no, that's not that one then.
What's for radio check?
5x5.
5.
That works now. That's, spot on, Stixie.
Good. Yeah. Right.
So did you reboot then? Yeah, that's why I was asking Pup where he was. Yeah, and it's all good now, yeah? Excellent. Now I can hear it, yeah. Oh, has it gone for you?
Yeah.
Right, so we...
1, 2, 4 radio check. 5x5.
So we've got a couple of SAMs over there that we've got to get rid of. There's also something trolling around as well. So I think I'll go with the same configuration because when you're flying by yourself you haven't got a gunner. It's a little bit more difficult, but it does take out some of the skill out of it when you can just sit there and spam missiles. But it'll be useful for my Star Citizen video doing that. So something's right. Have we got any planes targeting? Oh, stop now, I think.
No.
Yeah, I just had a plane looking like it was targeting me from some distance coming in. What am I doing? Weapons. Right, same loadout as before. Just put all L's on. So for the fire control radar, you need the elves. What was that, Stingy? Is that a plane? Yeah, the elves. They're the Christmas elves who inhabited the update on the AH. And now they're a permanent choice. Which good, it reminds us of Christmas and better times and everything, I think. Right. I do have to make myself a drink because I am starting to cough a little bit more. So I'll leave you on looking at some of these guys who seem to be flying around, and possibly they'll be harming, getting rid of some of the SAMs anyway. That's pause. I'll leave the audio on. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right, kettle's on. So, as long as I don't knock any of my controls, which is always quite difficult when I'm stepping into my chair, we should, with a bit of luck, be rearming, refueling. So these are all more or less ready to go. Not sure who else is up. That's mine. Possibly Stingy. Oh, Redbeard. Oh, excellent. If anyone wants to join in, you know, you're more than welcome. See you, Mav. So it looks like everyone's in planes, bar me, and that's got to be Cookie. Yep. Someone was asking about the Keeler. So Cookie's only just come back into DCS really. He hasn't had a computer for possibly a couple of years, and he flies Star Citizen. If anyone else is interested in Star Citizen, by the way, we do that as well. Such as it is. Oh, have you downloaded the PTU cookie, by the way, for Star Citizen, the updated 4? Might be worth doing. It's available to all. I fixed quite a few of the things they reckon, so copy the one you've got, rename it PTU and update, and it should work. How are you finding the Kiowa? Sorry? Yeah, it's nice to fly, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, but at least it gives people the, you know, option of having a full-time job, doesn't it, in Korea? Must be Stixie. Right, Stixie, that's you in the 3, isn't it? Right, okay. Oh, it's you, is it? Okay. All I was going to say is when you do come to the 3, everything is virtually the same, but there's a couple of little gotchas that you need to know about at some point. When you do fly it, just give us a shout. I need to go and do my tea. Yeah, no worries. So, this is the Shark 3. Yeah, no worries. You can see the 3 stations on the wings. That's not why it's called a 3, it's just an updated version of a 2. It's not actually updated to the version they wanted to do. They were stopped from doing it after they'd already started. So let me go and finish my drink and then I'll be back in a minute. I need to just switch out of this screen for a little bit and try something. I've just noticed something which might be why it was flickering earlier on. It's better. I wonder. Right, so that's the Shark 3. And he's got Hellfires on and rockets. Usually on the 3rd station if you bother to use it, which we don't more often than not. Pardon? Not Hellfires, because I do apologise. I'll get there. Vickers and rockets. No wonder he's laughing at me. And you can also carry some anti-air doodads on the other station, and you know what, I've even forgot what they're called. It's what they use for the man pads, basically, but the firing system is a bit weird. What they're called, the ones that you haven't got, I forgot. Oh, igloos, that's it. I completely forget things sometimes, but that's old age. That's just the way it goes. Right, so we should be all ready here, and so we should all be armed up. We've got Hellfires, by the way. Got no igloos. We've got Cookie over there. Now, I don't imagine at this point in time that you haven't got to grips with a whole helicopter, have you, inside out at the moment, Cookie? Would you be fairly competent at transmitting data to other helicopters or not? No, I meant in terms of sending target data to Apaches. Really? Because I thought that was what the job was, wasn't it? Is it just not in there yet? Right, that's a bit odd. Oh, it might just be the version, I don't know. But I know the Apaches can do it to each other, so really, in theory, you only need the one mast. But I was assuming that the Kiowa would actually perform that role. Isn't that what it used to do? I don't know enough about the helicopters themselves. Ah, right, okay. Body lays in other words. Right, okay. I don't, I'm afraid. Anybody? Yam? Anyone else? If anyone knows who's watching, I'm asking for you on the channel, matey. Right, have I got anything else I need to do? I don't think I have. He's got a 503 error, data error. No, that's fine, matey. Yeah, it's a 503 data error that he's been screamed at in his F-16. I'll do this closer this time. You can see here, there's a test override. Select FCR. Now I have to select the FCR with this hat down here. You can see you've got FCR there, but for some unknown reason in the pilot seat that is not clickable. So up from controller. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. So you've got to, excuse me, you've got to assign this here to a button, okay? And you saw it move, right? But I can't click on it, which is bizarre. Do you know what I mean? You just think they would have allowed you to click on it, so you have to assign that to a stick to pick it. Now that I've picked it, let's check my radio while I'm here, which is on 124, and I think we're just ready to go now. Right, so did I pick my route? Yep. Hey, Brick Boy. That's a good question. I think most of the people I know have started in 2D first, just to get an understanding, because you're going to be looking around for things, and you will still need potentially some keyboard things. What's your flying controls? Is it HOTAS? And have you set up the helicopters and planes and things you need? Old Cytec X52, no pedals. Right, you got a twist grip as well. I would say logically it will be an idea to do it in 2D first, just to make sure that you know your way around the aircraft. You don't have to spend all your time in there. And then when you jump into VR, you'll be... You don't need to spend loads, but then you'll just be a lot more familiar with what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Even though some of the things have got pass-through, there's pass-through and there's being able to see something clearly without you having to sort of stop and look what buttons or what keys or something else, or set up controls. So it might be an idea to try it first, get a feel for it, and then just try it in VR. But the whole VR thing, you'll get such a much better feedback, and it is quite amazing. I take it, have you flown in, you used VR much in other things at the moment, or is it relatively new? Right, okay. Just be careful. If you're new to VR, Hey, Verdant. Realism in terms of scenery is obviously MSFS, but you've got to remember that the A10C in DCS was used to train the actual pilots to transition from the A10A to the A10C. So that's what the military used to do it, so it is pretty damn accurate, to be honest. Going back to you, Brick Boy, when you fly in DCS with VR, it's a whole new sensation. So I take it you're from the UK, so you should know what I mean when I say when you fly over when you drive over a humpback bridge over a canal, right, and you go over a small humpback bridge, that sensation that you get, you will find you get in DCS. So if you take a helicopter off, it feels like you've gone over a humpback bridge. The other thing is when you start to roll, especially if you, yeah, what I would suggest is when you start, right, you are gonna start, start in a World War II, start in the Tier 51, the free one that you get, right? Now you have gone down the DCS route, haven't you? You've downloaded or buying things from DCS. I think the only problem you've got, right, okay, because just remember you've got all those free modules you can try for 2 weeks each, and then again for after 6 months. Right, okay. Just if I was you, get just jump in the Tier 51 first in VR, because you are going to suddenly feel a bit odd. And if you try and learn something like the Apache or something else, I think I would wait till you get used to VR first. Just 1 second. To answer you, Verdant, up to a limit, yes. I was gobsmacked when I went and looked at a real life Huey, and you know, from that era, and was amazed at how accurate it was. And apart from some of the videos online where they've updated them, they're all exactly the same. The flight models may not be 100%, but the controls and things and features tend to be absolutely spot on. Whether that's going to help you with moving into a more modern day jet, I don't know, because a lot of these things are relatively old, even the new stuff that's yet to come out, and the reason for that is you don't want people flying around in current day sort of systems, learning them and then going and doing things with them that shouldn't. Yes, and I'll tell you what, when I first got into VR and sat there in a P51 or the Tier 51, I just sat there looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right, gobsmacked at how big the plane actually feels when you're in VR. Right? You're going to get hot. When you start getting hot and start to have a cold sweat, excuse me, that is the time you need to take off your VR and have a break. Okay? Now, it makes you feel extremely queasy, and it is not a nice feeling at first. If you suffer from travel sickness, it's going to be an issue. Right? Now, Grandad, who just commented up there, struggled with it. His son just jumped into it and loved it. Right? I got into it, and I actually learned more about VR playing a different game where I could roll my character around in any dimension, any speed, like just free. And it takes a while for your brain and your head to get used to it. However, you will get used to it unless you've got any other issues, okay? So you will get used to it, but don't overdo it. And the minute you start getting a hot sweat or cold sweat, then take it off. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Just just temper,
be honest.
right? Temper your expectation. The visual is great. The fidelity is not necessarily always so great. And if I have a low FPS or flicker and I haven't had VR for a while, I gave it to somebody else when I gave my computer away. Basically what will happen is your eyes, which is possibly where Verdant is feeling it, if the frame rate isn't top notch, you'll find that the flicker that you get, which is quite subtle, makes you feel like your eyes are hurting, like he's just said, or you'll find you can get a headache. Now with me, if my frame rate drops too slow, it instantly hurts my eyes and feels like I'm going to get a headache. Okay? But if your frame rate is set and you've got that right, then you should find it a little bit smoother. Yeah, I mean, you can with some of them get prescription lenses for them, but you can spend anything from 300 to 400 all the way up to $4,000 on VR, and then you've got to have a machine that's going to be capable of doing it justice, to be honest. So. Yeah, and having a bucket by the side of you sometimes, might help a little bit. Not that I'm trying to put you off or anything like that. Okay, so we're going off to waypoint 4 again. I'm all loaded, that's what I've got to. Let's just take off now, and there's waypoint 4. I've got everything working, I think. Just check, yeah, doing a single scan. Right, let's fly over there.
Just say all right to me.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Hey, no worries. I mean, I don't mind, because the conversations that we have like this, are answering questions and helping people who sometimes are a little bit shy to ask. So, anything that anybody picks up or learns from, is a benefit. As I said earlier, that's what the stream is for. And, some people can't tolerate VR. I even got my mother in it once when she was about 80 odd. You had a few issues, did you, Brit Boy? It's like one of the guys flying today. He, I hope he doesn't mind me mentioning this. Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah, you have to stop. Yeah, it's like one of the guys who is flying with us today, as I said, his eyes have got to the point where he's got a dog now and he has trouble with his eyes, and it amazes me that he flies at all with us, and I think it's great that he can, but obviously you've got limits and you've got to work within those limits. Do you know what I mean? We used to joke and say, does the dog bark left and right for you? Is that how it works? But no, it's... I can't remember what the issue is, but it's a degenerative eye illness that will eventually, at some point, leave him totally blind. But while he can, he does. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's great. And we've played games before, like Valheim, and the first thing we could do when we got the money was go and buy him a headlight, just to help him out, because it's so dark. Yeah. You can, Redbeard, I'm not sure if you know, and I don't know who it is. It's because people turn it up at the beginning and it's the volume input, and we can run on 20% or less. But if something's really loud, if you hit left control, left shift and tab, hit the little aerial symbol, and you should be able to go and find everybody, and there's a volume control for them, so you can pull that volume down if you can identify who it is, or just pull it down for everybody and see if that helps anyway. I know that's the trouble, and they won't know either. I'll try and recognise the voice when they come on. Got it's off. No, it isn't. Really? And there was no warnings? Are you in a different server, or are you in with us? Are you in your own server finals, or were you in with us? I can't remember. Fuel was the obvious one. All I was going to say is, if you were in with us, we could have a little look over there, and so. Oh right, okay, no worries. Very difficult to say, but normally, can you see this? If you hit tab, you should get messages. Now I'm not sure whether those messages are just in shit. I thought that's what the problem would be. Look, can you see this? Right, I've either got a memory problem again, or I've got a video card issue. And I think that's why I was getting stutter on the trees. You know, when I said I've never had stutter or anything.
Yeah.
So I was thinking when I was downstairs, I wonder if it's memory. You didn't get anything. It could be what? Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, I've run Windows 11 on this machine for the past 18 months. Right, okay. I can look at that. It might be a driver issue. I did see something previously where I started having issues, but there might have been an update which I haven't noticed. I'll have to have a look. If it's just a driver, I don't mind. Yeah, because I don't let Microsoft do my video. I normally just get it straight from NVIDIA anyway, so we'll see. But I'll have a look at that when I finish. Sorry, finals. One of the things you've got to remember is, all right, is that do you know where the track files live? So, if you look in your C:\users save games DCS, you should see a folder called tracks, and with that tracks folder, if you go onto your main menu and hit replay. Wow, there's something shooting at me. I'm not that close. Shit. Oh, shit, I am. Didn't realise. Again, either they're moving or I'm talking too much. I think we've got something moving. Have we got any Mi-24s coming in at all? Does anyone know? Because I've just been shot at by something. Although I'm a bit too close. I keep talking and forgetting to look where I'm going. Yeah. Yeah, something's shooting at me on the way in. I'm not in a position to fight yet. I need to avoid and then I'll have a go. So basically, if you look and find the track, you can sit in your helicopter Yeah, there is. There it is. Although that's moved, hasn't it? You can have a little look, and I've got to switch those buttons. I can't do them with my hands at the moment. You can have a little look, and that track will allow you to see what happened, possibly. Pardon? Probably update Star Citizen, and because there's a PTU4 update, so I might go and have a look at that. Right. Tomorrow I've got to record a video in the morning, and then I'll play later on once I can get it done. So yeah, if you get into the replay, you can sit in your helicopter, hopefully, and watch. Now, you might have had to save it at the end of the session. Not sure whether it's automatic. Mine's on automatic, I think. Yes. Yes, it usually records it, but I'm not sure on some of the single player stuff. Just 1 minute. I'm not sure on the single player stuff whether it does it automatically or you've got to select save at the end of it. I'm not sure, because you know it comes up with that screen. It's been so long since I've been in single player. Let me get this into a hover, and then I'll deal with you, Stixie. I didn't quite hear what the question was, but I'll try and find out. It's not much of a change, but it's enough to make a big difference to what works and what doesn't. But let me slow down. Will help if I'm facing the right direction as well, which is over here somewhere. It's definitely something coming. Just trying to get this fairly level.
Thanks for the gifts.
Don't want to get too close to that tree. It really does want to get towards the trees for some unknown reason. Come on. Let's get rid of that drift. Why does it always want to go backwards when you try and remove a little bit of sideways? Let's switch that off. I'm going to end up gobbing this if I'm not careful. It's better. Or is it? No. There used to be a bug and it used to sort of drift sideways. It's not that now, but this is just me. What's that for, the laughs? How many times I crash? Have they got like an I Spy book of crashes? I don't know what's going on there. It's like not doing what I'm expecting. Oh, what? So they can learn. See, that's good. That's good, Platy. So you turn a negative into a positive. That's the sort of person I am. Anyway, look. See, this is all held, right? And there's no reason for it to be doing this. That's not me now. That's it, the system. So why did it suddenly do that, I wonder? No, it's settling down. Bizarre. Anyway, so where were we? Yeah, just see. Okay, popped up. That's the general gist, if you have a look, if it's recorded. Right, right, okay. generator 1 and 2, I take it both these handles are forward, which they should be. Have you got random problems? There's a random failures option, and just make sure you haven't got that enabled, because if you have, you're going to get random failures, and it might just be that. But you shouldn't have a rectifier problem.
Yes.
Right, okay. So as long as they're all there, then your generator should be on, as far as I'm aware, assuming you're in the Apache, as you said. But check to see if you've got random failures on. Right, Stixie, sorry, what was the question?
Happened twice now. Wait 2 minutes after takeoff.
Right, when you set it up, it's all exactly the same, apart from the third station, which isn't even indicated there, so I wouldn't worry about that at the moment. When you go to start it up, the difference is, you know, when you put your you go round to the right shoulder and put INU on towards the beginning. Do you remember that? Okay. Well, once you've done them, don't put the INU on, right? You have to do it at a different stage, otherwise it'll all get cocked up. So when you are ready to do that, let me know, but if that's tomorrow, it's tomorrow. Right, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough, matey. Let's go back to this screen, FCR. Am I in there? Yeah. No, there's something. Right, okay, so what else? I mean, you're just going along and you just... Have you been shot? Have you got targets on there or anything like that? This is creeping, isn't it? Look. Ooh, look at that. Can you see? Look. Did you see? Can you see that there? As I start to go in, look. You can't see it on stream, or can you? All these lines. Yeah, that's why I was getting, as I said, this is why I was getting those funny things. Yeah, you should start getting problems showing. You might find fuel transfer, is that on auto? Ah, have you got pedals or anything like that? Because if you've got rudder pedals, right, if you've got brakes on them, sometimes you want to check your brakes, and it could be that the axis are assigned to something you don't want. Oh, still Russian, yeah. It's always fun. Ah, right. So, if you go down, you can go TSD and M, and you can see fuel. Now mine's on transfer auto, as you can see. Don't worry about the fact this looks... So you see this line here and this line here. And mine recently has been coming up with an error message. And randomly I've noticed they come up with an error message, no particular reason. And it doesn't matter what you select.
Said those lines have been on Space's server for a long time now.
What? Oh, what you want? Seriously, you've had problems, have you? Or are you joking there? Ah, was that Charlie? Was that you, Charlie?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
They were on Normandy last
Yeah,
night.
funny to land.
Were they? Yeah, so basically if you can go Control, Shift and Tab, click the little aerial thing at the top, the Wi-Fi symbol, you should be able to find Charlie, which is Ferret, click the cog and then drop his volume down a little bit. Right, Charlie, can you give us another radio check, please? Oh, really? Charlie, if you give us a radio check. Anyone else hear Charlie, or have I turned him down too much? Did you? I wonder if I turned him down too much. What's he set to on your control, Cookie, or didn't you touch him? Oh yeah, sorry, I forget. Don't worry. I'm going to turn it up a little bit, Charlie, and see. I've doubled the volume now. Can you try again, Charlie, please? I can't hear him at all. Yeah, you can turn him down, Stingy, as I was just saying. Okay. You probably need to turn your input volume down, Charlie, when you can. I don't think you can do it in game. Oh, it is. It's definitely there. Okay. Yeah, turn your input down to about 15 to 20%, Charlie. If it's at 20, turn it down even more. Where was I? Right, okay, let's just put this back to FCR and go back to there. Okie dokie, matey. In what way? Clean. That's reasonably easy. Right, let's go and have a little look. Yeah. Let's switch this on. Oh, that's on, that's bypassed. Nope. It's up. Yeah, just watch your throttles and see if they move from where they are, because it wouldn't take much, because your generators usually come on with your engines. Yeah, right, that's fine. So if you look here, see if your throttles have come down by mistake. Not that you've done it, but you won't be looking there, you'll be looking out here, do you know what I mean? But it sounds a little bit odd. Right, so let's see if I can get back to doing what I was doing. I thought he was ready for the startup. So we need to go over there. Once we got ducked down here, we sort of found our way with that hill. So what I'm going to do is slowly move over that way. I'm going to pull the attitude hold off. Yeah, just have a look, see what you can find, because there's something a little bit odd for it to do that. Right, so I'm going to move up slowly towards where that hill is and then scan it as we go. We've got 8k. That's where the targets are. Let me just check my weapons as well while I'm going. I just hold that with my left hand. Select all, so it's going to power up everything. Now put this back to the map. Don't want to be too high. Come on. Go over there. But I want to be able to see over the hill. Now I don't have to go too high to see over the hill. But the second I pick something up, I should be able to start firing. If I told you how I was holding my joystick at the moment to do this, you'd just be thinking, what? You can also move this. Let's push that like that, there we go. You can also move this to the side and scan over there. And the other side. Come on. Losing my helicopter while I'm doing it because I have to let go and use the mouse. Excuse me. Tell you what, this cough is such a pain in the ass. Okay, we got something there, look. Rifle. Oh, maybe hit that button. Come on. Why is it not going? Let's turn around here a little bit. Rifle. It's a little bit slow. Oh, it's a helicopter, look. Stingy, where are you? Oh, you're gone. Any helicopters to my left? Because if you are, I'm really sorry. Oh, was that you? Oh, I'm really sorry. Fuck it. Sorry, I'm really sorry, Cookie. That's alright then, but at least I know where you are. Did you shoot at me earlier? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm sort of creeping around that way. Sorry about that, Cookie. I was too excited. It wasn't me, it's automatic. Yeah, otherwise you'd be dead by now. If me and Sham was in this chopper, you'd be dead. Or if Sting was on, you'd be dead. I need to change that back. Without going too far back, that's better. Right. Let's do a scan. And remember not to get Cookie. That wasn't an air-to-air shot, by the way. That's why it didn't work. Or it wasn't in air-to-air mode. No, I don't know if they fixed it, but it was pretty useless when I tested it originally. Missile? Anyone? Nope. Got missiles coming from my right-hand side. From what I don't know. Okay, anyone firing missiles? Anyone firing missiles? Copy. Right, one of the things I always forget to do, and this helicopter is really good at doing this, switching this onto attack phase. And what attack phase? Oh man, have I done attack phase? No. What attack phase does is it will show a lot of these targets called out. Can't tell if that's a missile there or if that's chimney smoke. Let me just see if I can get quite low down here. Hang on a minute. I can't see now. Is that phase? Fuck's sake. It's just not, right? I don't know what's going on with it, but it's just not sort of doing what it normally does. It should just sit there more or less. Okay, let's try and just put it into hover mode here. Got missiles behind me, missiles to the front of me. Something's a little bit odd. So it's just not going into the into hover like it used to. It used to be able to just throw this thing around, pull it up and get it into hover, but now it seems to not wanting to settle at all, which is a little bit odd. This is the trouble nowadays, I'd much rather play on the stable version and let them have the beta version as before, because whilst it causes problems for people, to have two systems on, at least someone's testing it when they do updates. Do you know what I mean? This is just all over the place. And there's so many trees around as well, these odd trees. I don't want it just drifting around so much. Just doesn't hold it. Oops. It's a bit of a struggle, to be fair. Look at it. I know there was an issue previously which I thought they'd fixed. There's a little bit of wind, but Jesus. I'm too close to the trees. Don't like being that close to trees because it means I've got to get too high to see over them. It's not you. Stop before you do. Have they gone completely?
No.
The reason why I mention it is mine started doing it earlier when I started getting those funny stutters, which I never get, yeah? And then not long ago when I was looking up, all the sky had funny lines going through it. And then... Right, it's just I had two things come in, one from Stixie saying about the drivers and Windows is causing problems with some of them. And the other one was from Stu, who said that has been happening on this server previously, where odd graphical glitches are happening. So all I was going to say is it might not necessarily be your machine unless it's a known issue you've got.
No, sometimes.
Okay. I think that might be Charlie. Is it Charlie in the 16? No, it's not. Who's it going to be? Redbeard. Redbeard come on and flew with us when we were doing World War II stuff last week. At least I won't shoot you, Cookie. Let's have a little bit of a closer look to this. So my attack phase is on. It's not showing me too much. If I go onto show, did I do my threat show? No, I didn't. Look, lazy bugger. That's why you do it. Right. Hey Stu, I didn't realise you was in channel. I haven't got these on either. Right, so let's turn around and go over that way a little bit, I think. So I don't know whether when... can you see this blue flash then? So Stu, do you get a lot of graphical glitches then on this server? Like I'm getting like a big blue line coming down or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, but now I've got a blue line flashing all the way down the middle of my screen. And earlier on, I was having stutters, which I just don't get. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Right, let's... Yeah, it's been fine for ages, and then it's just started doing some odd little things. I was just getting a bit concerned because I've upgraded my memory, but I did it this time. Instead of using all 4 slots, use the 2 slots that have been working just in case I got a slot problem.
Yeah.
And of course, that'll bugger me if it's the memory again, because that's 64 gig in there now. So I up from 16s to 32s, and I can't put the 32s in as well as the I can't put the 16s in as well as the 32s for some reason. It just won't boot. So there might be a memory issue, I don't know. Right, okay, so let's have a little look at the map then and see what we're getting. I think we've got plenty of cover. I haven't had a look. Yeah. No, I know. But unless there's any memory. This is the weird thing. Or... Oh, right, okay. Can you hear this plateau?
Spacey said, unless it's the mission screwing up.
Yeah, this is what he's saying. You know, it might be. Just he thought it was some sort of mission-based artifact. But I haven't seen it at all until today. When I was seeing like that stutter over those trees, it just was very odd. Where am I? Let's go on here. So what the hell? 7 kilometres, that's about right. Let's lift up a little bit. Right, so you'll see in a minute this one is going to beep and show it can't hold it. Could be. He may have an update, I don't know. But this is just a little bit odd. Is that a fuel problem? Forward fuel low, yeah. Thought so. I'm going to run out of fuel before I do anything, aren't I? You can disappear. You can come back. You can be in there. You can be scanning. Don't want to go too high. There's something over here, I know there is. So I should be high enough, so let's... Oh! Something shot me up the arse. A bit of my helicopter just flew off. It could be because I'm pointing the wrong way. I think I've got a gunner around right behind me somewhere. Oh. Yeah, they're taking pot shots. I think they hit me the once. Come on, find him. Something's shooting at me. I can see it bouncing in the field and around me. I just can't see where it is. Could be over there somewhere, couldn't it? It's probably in these
Spacey
trees.
said, yeah, the artillery is firing at you.
The arty, jeez. It hit me round the backside there, as you probably saw. It's getting quite close, isn't it? Probably get a missile warning in a minute. Gotta be careful because there's nowhere to go. Just get a little bit closer. You would think if it was close by I'd be able to pick it up. Unless the arty's on the move, I don't know. Wouldn't have thought so, but you never know. Oh, look, see the sky again, look. Looks like pylons. Like pylons in the sky. I know, it's a song, isn't it? Or is that diamonds? It is pylons in the sky. I'm gonna, if I hear that on the radio, I'm gonna have to sing that to Lisa. Oh yeah, could be pythons in the sky, couldn't it? Not sure whether she actually... Was it that bee once woman? Can't remember who it was who did it. Ding. She's not here, mate. And the ding doesn't ding anymore. She'll be in tomorrow. She's going to stream tomorrow. Yes, same as me. Diana Ross. I think is she dead? Oh, you're off? Okay, yeah, you'll have to come and wind her up, matey. Ah.
Spatey said, will you need the server back up tomorrow, Mel?
No, you'll be fine, matey. I've got to do a video tomorrow, which will take me a couple of hours or more, and then it'll probably be Star Citizen, I think. Have you tried the PTU yet? I see you've been in the main one a lot, and when it works, and when it doesn't, it's a bugger, isn't it? I had a couple of issues yesterday and just come out because, you know, you couldn't even get in the lift after waking up, or your ship didn't spawn and so on, but they probably just needed a kick. But generally it runs quite well in terms of frame rate and that. Sometimes better than others. But those orange missions that you do for protecting a ship, Jesus wept.
I downloaded it, but not gonna do much as it's PT and want to carry over.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I got an orange mission on the preview, and I tried it in an Aurora, and it was like firing peas. And then I tried it in, oh, look, we got something there, look. Rifle, maybe. Hey, good afternoon, Zook. Hope you're well. But it took me 3 attempts at orange missions to get some sort of semblance of a strategy, and once you can do it, once you know how to do it, it's not quite so bad. But man, when the server's running good, it's like overwhelming. Right, I think something's slightly not set right somewhere, so I need to check that. Let's get a bit lower. Let's check my weapons. I should have loads of stuff. Rifle. Rifle. Yeah, I'm finding that my button here is not necessarily in the best place to do what I want it to do. I have to change it. Rifle. Rifle. I'll try and get into a hover. Where's that coming? Forward, right, from over there somewhere. Might be a plane, might be a helicopter, I don't know. Let's keep my head down. Rifle. 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 A parrying. It's just one of the most relaxing things to fly. Is that your strobe? Ah, right, yeah, fair enough. I'm not sure if there's anything else out there at this point, but as long as it keeps moving there will be something to shoot at. So when you look down here, it steps from one target to the other. We can actually change, if we go down here, you can actually change like a preference for a target. It's that one there, NTS, sorry. So there's 2 targets left. They're probably not massive, but because there's only me out here at the moment, I may as well just shoot what I've got. Rifle. Rifle. See if I can get onto the targets. There's my weapons. That's mine. Okay. So you can see there's a little collection of stuff that I'm shooting there. So I'm not sure if there's anything else. Rifle. Follow that one in. By the time I get my camera around, it's quite close, isn't it? Right, there's trucks and various other things over there. I think that might be most of it now. He said famous last words. I'll do another scan. Still got stuff, it's showing up. Might as well go for it. Rifle. 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 Nope, nothing. I've probably run out of missiles, but see the way it steps. Oh, right, okay. Right, okay. So we've probably not got any... Oh, we've got a couple. So we've probably not got any missiles. But we can possibly shoot those things as well. So I'll finish the missiles off and then we'll go and shoot. So I'll do another quick scan. Right, we've got more stuff in now, look. Rifle. Rifle. I think there might be one more. Rifle. And then we should be dead on missiles. Which will also make us a little bit lighter. So this is where, when we are using the gun. Now what we've got to watch... Oh, that's fair enough. I think there's missiles coming over. Let's... Right, yeah, look, maybe... Okay. I was just going to say now we got more stuff, but that was it. That made me jump then. Who's this? Is this Stixie? Yeah. Oh. You just killed a couple of the worms there. Okay, here we got him. Hey, Stu's going. Stu, while you're in that, matey, have they changed the flight model at all, or is it still very wallowy? Yeah. Right, I haven't looked at it yet. Oh right, okay. It's quite an interesting thing to fly, but it is like so wallowing. But it's big and heavy, and the trouble is you don't know whether it's supposed to be like that or not. What time are you at work? Yeah, fair enough. Right, I'll jump into... let's jump into a Huey. Yeah, that's fair enough. So what we're going to do is jump into a Huey. I don't think I'd know how to at the moment, matey. It doesn't when I'm pressing buttons going, what does this do? And he's going, stop pressing buttons. Yeah, that was the reference. Okay, right, so Huey's very, very easy to start up. We'll shut the door first of all. What was that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And then Lisa was going, I've pressed some buttons, but I don't think it was me. Right, okay. Easy to start up. We're only interested in this panel for now.
Well, after the last time when she stole my ship after I came to rescue her, I'm getting him.
Oh, what did she do to yours?
I remember last year. I need rescue. I went down to help her. When I came out, look, the ship flew away.
Oh, God, yes, she did on Star Citizen, didn't she? I remember now, yeah. Yeah, that was a bit mean, didn't she? I don't think she realised it was you, did she? Or did she? Can't remember.
She didn't realise it was my ship. Looked out. Disappeared.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds fairly typical. She wouldn't know. She sees one ship that looks like it might be hers, and it's hers, that's it. Right, AC phase, top left rotary. It's like, how many times has she been stuck in places as well? In the walls, containers, in between two containers. And do you remember that one mission where we did and we collected all those weapons, all that armour, and then she shoved me over a ledge down a hole? Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of events like that, but yeah, it's entertaining, I guess. We switched this one twice onto Essential Buzz.
Sounds like a keeper.
Oh man, it's hilarious. We were playing a different game once, and I walked into past a wall, and she shot me in the head, and she shouts, I've shot somebody, and I'm going, yeah, that was me. But yeah, in Star Citizen, we collected all this stuff. I'm standing behind her, waiting for everyone to get together. She steps back with this big bulky armour, knocks me backwards over this rail, and I fall down a hole, which is like quite deep, and that's it. So I'm dead with nothing. So we then switch the main gen on, put the battery on. You'll hear a tone. We're going to stop that tone by switching off the low RPM audio, which is to the left of this bright yellow metal surround around the fuel. We're going to put the fuel on. Make sure that the governor's forward and not back, as you can see. If you follow up this line of lights, we're going to put the hydraulic on, and we're going to put the force trim on. Jump this switch, and then press and hold the chip detector forward and let go. Okay? So now we're ready to start nearly. Okay, so let me put the thing on so you can see all the axes. This is the cyclic, and this is the rudder. This is the collective, and you can see that moving up and down. Now I'm not sure whether it actually does anything on the blades at the moment. I think it might. If we move the collective up, you'll see the pitch change on the blades. More pitch, more bite in the air, more pull. So that's why you go up. Or if you tilt the blades forward, right, you go forward and then back for back, left and right. Now it looks like the left and right is working. You can see the way those are moving. Let's see if the swash plates go forward and back. Yeah, there they are. So you can see those little plates, and that tiny movement is enough to make this thing go in the direction you want. It's also got a stabiliser, which is that little bar. Okay, so these need to be flat for when you start up, because when that rotates round, you don't want it to go up and start flying. Right, so the way we start is we need to roll this sleeve, which is the throttle, all the way up to the top, which is this, and all the way back down. You can either use your mouse like this, right, or if you've got a throttle, now that it's above that line, you can use your throttle. If you haven't got either, you can do page up, and page up all the way down and all the way to the bottom. This is a little bit higher than it was, but we've now effectively primed it. Well, some of them, yeah, that'll be quite interesting actually. But it would be nice to try and fly a real life one anyway, just to see. Obviously it'll feel so different, but you're looking, where is it, Duxford? Possibly Duxford, and they've got a Huey there, and you stick your head in and have a look if you can. And it's exactly the same, so you would imagine it all starts the same. There is a guy running through the startup as well. He's got a couple more fangled new modern stuff in there, but startup is the startup. Okay, so just hold the starter and watch this dial, which is the gas producer. You'll see the rotor will start to turn soon. There it goes. And when this gets round to 40, which is there, then we let go. I don't know. The Eurofighter's going to be in there, isn't it, somewhere? There's the Tornado. There's something else. There's going to be a few. There's not going to be one. So as soon as it gets to 40, I've let go now. And we're waiting for the RPM to increase to 40. And when it does that, you can now move on to the next part. Yeah, it'll be interesting. And no doubt at some point I'll end up with it, and no doubt it'll go in my collection of things. I should just have them all laid out on the map of all the things I've got that I've flown and then haven't flown since, or not flown, you know what I mean? It's like a big collection of them. But to be honest, I don't mind. It funds the game, so I'm quite okay with that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is start increasing the fuel until the RPM it sits in the green. So if you look over to the left, you can see the RPM fuel increasing there, and you can see these needles increasing. Now, not too long ago, not too many patches ago, you just push this all the way up, this would sit in the green, and that is it. But there's a little bit more engine management now that you've got to be aware of. So if you notice, as I'm going up, you'll see these two needles in the green, and I'm only, just around about halfway, and that's it. Okay, now when we go to take off, we're putting load on the engine, therefore it needs more fuel to keep the engine going. Now you don't notice that at this point because we're not putting any strain on the engine, but the second I try and take off, you'll hear the pitch of the engine drop, and you'll see the RPM start to drop. So we need to add more fuel. So we'll do that when we are ready to take off. If we look here now, we've only got 2 warning lights on. That's the inverter and the IFF. The inverter is all part, the IFF is all part of this radio system on the co-pilot's right knee. The only thing we're interested in is rotating this big black knob 1 click to the right, and it goes off. The rest of the buttons and everything else, it doesn't do a thing, but you can click them, look. Okay? Oh, it lights something up. There you go. It doesn't do anything. So now we've got the inverter, which is up here. And this is the bit I mentioned earlier about whenever I press this button, it goes down. I mean, the wrong way. So I'm going to press my right button, and it went right. It went down, excellent. I'm now going to move the starter generator down to standby. And then when I look down here, what I need to do now is reset this master caution. The master caution always comes on when there's an alarm on, and as the alarms run when we were starting up, the master caution comes on. It stays on until you do a reset. That's because it's latched. When you're flying along, you don't see all those alarms, but you will see this, so you need to find out what the hell's going on. Okay, in this case it's just they were on when we start up, so we're going to move this switch forward, and now that's reset that alarm. If we move it back, we'll do a lamp test. Okay, right, we're ready to go. Apart from the compass needs aligning. So there's 2 compasses. There's 2 methods of being able to navigate. There's the electronic compass and the magnetic compass. So we can see the magnetic compass is halfway between south and 150. So that is literally 1, 2 and a bit notches, 1, 2, nearly 3 notches actually. Or is it? Yeah, it's a little bit more to the left than that one. Alright, see you, Stixo. So with the way we do that is with this synchronizing knob. So we're going to start turning it so that this S and 15 is now at the top underneath this tiny little white arrow. So if we turn it this way, you can see this is rotating towards where we want it to be. At the same time, let me zoom in so you can see everything. You've got a little window here with a cross in it. As we start to rotate this dial, the cross will change to a circle. Okay, so I'm going to keep rotating till it turns into a circle. Okay, and what that is telling us is a circle is too far and a cross is not far enough. So if you look at this and keep turning, you want half a circle and half a cross. And if we compare these two, right, it looks to me like it might need to go a little bit more this way. And that's one of the things you've got to be aware of, right? Let's move this, not that much. I'm going to bring it back just a fraction to about there. Okay, it is quite difficult, and sometimes that to me looks more there, or maybe a little bit there, because even with this system it's not 100%. I think it's to get rid of parallax nowadays. Well, I don't know whether they've ever done them in planes. If you have multimeters or something like that, which is a meter for measuring resistance and power and all sorts, see, that's 2 and a little bit towards S. So that there is 1, 2 and a little bit towards S. Okay, and it's 1, 2 and just over 3 towards there. So 1, 2. So that's not going to be far out. But would you call that half a circle and half a square? I'm not sure. So just be warned. Now the other thing is, we can also, if we keep turning, see the same effect over here, but it will be down here where 33 and N is. So make sure that when you do this setting that it matches this, otherwise you'll be flying in the opposite direction to what you think. The other thing we need to do is set a compass heading. So what we want to do now is I'm here and I want to go over to here, right, to pick up some logistics. So I'm going to use these little parallel lines, right click in the middle of my helicopter, right click to where I want to go, and it's 274 for 1/3 of a mile. So we look down here and we adjust the heading setting knob. Did I say 274 or 234? Anybody? So there's 210, there's 220, is that 220? I can't see because of things in the way. What did I say? 274. Right, so there's 270, which is west. That'll be 275 there actually, so we're going to go back just a little bit from there. So these pads are right. So if we move back into a reasonable position, look over there, that's where the pads are. Right, so earlier on I mentioned about trimming. Excuse me. Okay, so I said that in real life we use spring-loaded joysticks. So if I push my joystick there and let go, it just goes back to the middle automatically. Now, I might knacker my helicopter doing this, so if I do, you know why. So in the helicopter, when they trimmed it, they put it somewhere and it stays there. Now I've got nothing that can make that happen. So what they've done in DCS is they've made it that when you trim, and I'm going to press the trim button now, when I let go of my stick in real life, the one in the cockpit will not move, and you'll see a little wobble when my real life one is centered, if you watch there. But the one in the cockpit is forward, as shown by this, and the one in real life is centered. But this, when I move my stick, is the new center. So all the movement is centered around there. So if I push forward, you see the diamond moves even more forward. Okay? If I want to go back to the center in the ship, in the helicopter, I'll pull it back, or I can do a reset. When I do a reset, you'll see it pop back. It's an easy system to use. Okay? One thing you must know. Yeah, this is it. Is that yeah, you've the thing is, I can't remember if that's actually called instant or center. That's called center. I think instant is a different one. Because watch what happens. Yeah, you've got that mixed up, Zerk, I think. Because the other one, watch. I'm going to press that now and trim it. And now I'm not going to let go of the stick. Now my stick is going round and round and round to its extents. But the stick in the helicopter isn't going to move. Now that's not going to cause me a problem if I've just trimmed it to where I want to go. However, with the other one, right, what happens, which is the one I think you mean, is if I trimmed that stick in that position and I'm holding my stick, it's going to move the helicopter using this as a centre plus, yeah, yes. So I think you've got the two mixed up there. So basically what will happen is when you hit the trimmer, it will see your stick as being the same amount of movement but on top of when you hit the trimmer. So instead of being there, your stick now works as though it's there, and that's what you have to be careful of. Whereas this method, it will completely disable any input from the stick until you relax your grip and centre it. And I personally use this one and always have done. And once you get used to it, it just works. Okay? It works absolutely fine. Now, in the Shark, right, the trimmer system will handle an awful lot of the helicopter. And with that one, it trims when you let go. It doesn't trim when you press the button. And in this one, it trims when you press the button. So the Shark will not do anything if you hold the button in until you let go of it and then you center. And the Apache does exactly the same thing. It won't trim until you let go of the button. But for some reason, if you've never flown helicopters and you think you can jump into an Apache, everybody complained like hell and wanted a reset trim button. So Eagle Dynamics in there, I don't know what they were thinking, put a reset button for the Apache when it's unnecessary. I think it's basically you don't need it. You don't trim when you're in the. You don't reset trim when you're in the Shark. You're never going to reset your trim. It'll just make you drop out the air basically, and you're not really going to reset the trim when you're in the Apache either. What you do is you retrim. So in the Shark you constantly retrim. In the Apache you retrim. In this it's different. Hey Snake, how are you matey? Hope you're well. Right, so I need to go over now. I've set the little indicator here, which is down there, so I need to turn to make that my north. And what will happen now is we'll then fly over to the right, which is over there, so I can go and get some guys with guns or whatever. One of the things you need to be aware of now is as I start to take off by increasing the collective, you're going to notice that the pitch of the engine drops and this RPM goes down. Alright? To take off in a Huey you need to push about 30% left rudder, whether that's with your hand, your feet or whatever. Okay? The other thing is if I leave it like this is going to fly up, forward and roll off to the right. So we need to counter that movement. So about 30% of this left bottom square. And as we start to get light on wheels, even though we haven't got any wheels, they got skids, we need to then move this stick from this position and down to the left. Not much, but it needs to move in that direction to counter what the helicopter's going to try and do. Okay? As I start to increase this, if you listen and watch, you'll see this will start to drop. I can see it moving already. I can hear the pitching helicopter dropping. Right? So you need to add more fuel as you start to take off, or you're doing things with a load. So I'm just going to move over a little bit out of the way for some unknown reason. But it looks like we are going to be mortared, which is what's going on. So it'll be a good idea to sort of stay in the air a little bit and just move around rather than just park. So I assume that's what's going. That's part of the mission that we've paid no attention to. And I'm adjusting this again a little bit more until the pitch of the engine's gone back up enough and it's well into the green. Okay. I'm not sure whether it's that pad there. I think it is, possibly. Or whether it's... oh no, that's not a pad. It's got to be down here then. So when you fly this helicopter, can you see how much my stick is moving? Lots of tiny little movements rather than great big movements. It doesn't fly like a plane. It flies by you doing lots of little inputs. I need to slow down, so I'm just bringing this back. I probably need to land in that area there. And as I'm coming down, I need to be careful to make sure that my vertical speed indicator isn't just completely dropping like crazy like you saw it. Otherwise what will happen is I'll just get into what we call a VRS, which is a vortex ring state. I've stabilised it. I'm going to come down a little bit into a hover. I'm not sure whether I'm in the right place or whether it's that little wall there. So I'm just pulling this down, and then I'll stop that alarm. Okay, so I've settled, just putting everything back to where it was, stopping the alarm. Okay, and now let's see if I can actually go and get some guys on that I can take out that will either be anti-air or maybe something that will shoot armour. Not that one. What am I doing? This one. No, come on. Man. That's what I want. So let's have a look at airborne troops or logistics. I'm not sure how this is set up actually. F10, oh that's it. So what do we want? What's in the logistics hub? We got armour. This probably won't be able to carry that. SAM support infantry. What's the support? No, we don't want that. Let's go to the previous one. Go to infantry. We've got a mortar team, a stringer team, a stinger team, a spotter. That's going to be heavy. This is the weight, by the way. So that much weight is going to be added in. So I could put a mortar team, but it might be better with a JTAC. 100 metres from spawn point to request cargo. So I'm a little bit far away. If we look at the map just to check, I haven't landed anywhere near. I was that busy talking, I haven't actually landed there at all. So I've still got to go in that direction of now. And it's not over here. So again, 30%. Just get ready to lift up. And that's something you'll find you'll get used to eventually. It's these pads. And again, I'm not letting it run away with me, because when it runs away, as you start moving, you'll find the helicopter just lifts. U-boob? Is that something new? That's really weird. Oh! Are we talking about YouTube? Right, it's Mel DCS. Do you want to... I can't link you because I'm not supposed to link you in Twitch. Twitch are a bit funny and they're not as bad as they used to be. And strictly speaking, I shouldn't really be doing YouTube in 4K. Alright matey, I'll tell you where to go. Type !! Discord. And that Discord link now works, by the way. And then when you go into there, you'll see some one of the things in. Right. So there should be a link for Beaver streamers. And in there, you'll find a link to the site. There's two. There's the Mel DCS one. And there's also the Mel SC one. Right, okay, so let's have a look now, see what we can get, because I'm being an idiot here. Logistics hub, infantry. We said we were going to take a JTAC spotter. So if I take a JTAC, it's going to be loaded, and the helicopter is going to be heavier because the weight of that is literally added into the weight of the helicopter. 149 pounds. Okay, so that's one. So it might be worth me taking some more, because I'm sure I can have at least 3, although I'll probably end up with dropping them all by mistake. That's probably cookie again. Logistics, infantry. I don't think I can carry a mortar in them, and I could possibly get away with carrying A recon team? Yeah, why not? That's only 6 people, £600. Oh man, this cough today. You can hear my voice is getting hoarse. Right, okay. So now, let's have a look at the map. We're here. And we could do with something. Ooh. There's already stingers over there. Someone's been putting things. Someone's been shot down there by the looks of it. So we know there's... Excuse me. We know there's quite a lot of stuff over here. You can see all these things are where people are being shot down. Okay? So we're going to head over to this way and see if we can find some sort of high point. Maybe up here. Judging by these hills. The problem is it's going to expose me, so I'll have to come in quietly out over here if possible. So I'm just going to put a little marker. I'll probably be dead. I'm going to put a marker up here. Oh, I've just realised something. I bet that disappears. And then what I need to do is give myself a sort of angle from there. I'll fly straight to it. That's going to be 148 for 11 mile. Okay, so we'll move this to 148. Now, one of the problems with this mission, not so much it's a problem, but a lot of the armour moves around, drives around on the roads. 120, 30, 48, so it's about there. So we'll see what I can do. And then I can drop these people off, and then after that I'll have to wind up. Got to do something for Lisa's PC first, before she can stream tomorrow. So I'm going to take off again, and now we've added weight on. So I want to see... No. That seems alright. I wanted to see whether I've got to add more fuel to the helicopter. Oh, that's better. Is that working? Yeah, it's working. So I need to just turn around to my left. It'll take a bit more effort to get it up in the air. The easiest way of doing that is just get moving. As it moves, it generates lift. As it generates lift, you can just lift up really quite easy. So I've adjusted the trimmer at the moment, building up a little bit of speed, and I'll try and keep in this general direction. I'll trim it in a minute, and then I should be able to let go. I don't want to go too high, and I don't want to go too fast. So I've just moved my stick back to the middle. I'm going to stick this switch on now, and what that will do is give me... He says, no it won't. I don't know why it hasn't, but let's switch. That should give me flares. Have I not? Oh, I know why. I might be doing the wrong button for my flares. Oh, what was you doing? Are you sure it was your game crashed and it wasn't you that crashed and then you crashed your game on purpose? Yeah, okay, I'll let you off then. It could have been the AI. Was the AI flying? So we've got about a 10-mile flight. So I want to fly quite low. I might be picked up by armour that's moving along the roads. I might be picked up by helicopters. There's sometimes attack helicopters here. And we get all sorts. I'll try and drop some of these guys off. It'll give like an overwatch and the ability to laze as well with a bit of luck. Although it is coming to the end of my stream for me, but other people are still flying. Still got about 6 people on, I think. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, 6 including myself. So what you have to watch as well when you go and you see the 3, sorry for talking in your left ear, you see the 3 dials down there. You don't want those needles to go into the red at all. So you really need to manage your speed, your engine. If they go into the red, there's one, if it goes into the red for about 5 seconds, your engine just bursts into flames not long after. It's quite a nice, easy helicopter to fly once you get used to it. You can throw it around a bit, but if you learn to fly this, then it makes life so much easier in all the other helicopters. There's no systems that you've got to worry about. It's all you. There's nothing making it easier. There is an option to put a trim on the rudder, but you don't want to be doing that. Right, okay, that's me dead then. Something just shot me up the ass. Kill my tail rotor, and that's what happens. Oh, can I be a passenger in the back, Stu?
I haven't put the so what would it be?
I can't do anything there, and if it stops you from doing anything, that's not going to be good. Do you know what I mean?
I think I've got air defence nearby. I'll put down a recon.
Right, I'm not going to get directly in the co-pilot. I'm going to get in a port gunner with no gun and then look from outside. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, copy. Yeah.
That's because I've just got shot down quite close and I haven't really got too much time. Just waiting for you to say okay, but you're in VR, so it might cause you a problem.
I'll just get...
So once he accepts my request, thank you, then I should be able to jump inside the helicopter, and I'm expecting to be sitting in the back, or the gunner. It's a pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay. Not yet, matey. This helicopter's bleeding into the mic. I need to move back a bit. Right, okay. That close. Where are we? Let's have a look.
You let me get just about to the ending and scream of the bullet.
Oh right, I know where you are now. Yeah, the might not even be the village. It's probably at the back of the tree line or round in the trees. I've been over here multiple times, and the stuff doesn't necessarily always stay still. But I'll try and spot it for you. But I'll look outside. Okay, you've still got your back down unless it's a glitch. Oh yeah, they're outside. Or someone's outside, there you go. Not yet, matey. It's the 16th, I think the announcement will be. Oh, you're alright, I can hear. Oh yeah, so you can talk to me, you mean? I've got to be set up for it, haven't I? So I haven't got anything on there. Let me go and have a look. Yeah, internal VoIP and radio button. Radio. We'll be on this key. Internal VoIP radio. Oh, that key's broke. Oh no, it's got it. I'm on internal comms, can you hear? So that should set an intercom for us, shouldn't it? So we can talk on the intercom. Okay. Radio check. If it doesn't work, just carry on, don't worry about it. Let me have a look. It's not going wrong. Correct. It's not going red when I push it. Oh, for God's sake. I need to move my cursor. Oh, that's better. Try that. Okay, there. Coalition. Unknown channel. No. Yeah, for some unknown reason, I haven't got a radio on when I go to the intercom screen. So whilst I've set something, I'm not showing with any of the functions. Whether that's just... Yeah, it might not be, but don't worry about it anyway. Just go ahead, mate, otherwise I'm just stopping you doing what you want to do. So what you should be able to do is create your own little room anyway. If you was on there. Pardon? Yeah, but I can't do anything. And I've only got a few minutes left really, because I've got to stop in a minute so my ankles don't swell up like fat ankles on my legs. That's why I stop at 2 now, not so much picking Lisa up, I do that later. But if I do too long, it causes me issues. This is the joys of being diabetic, by the way, amongst other things. But so now, rather than me fly helicopters, I've got a little footrest that I can put my feet on a bit, but I still need to stop. This is what happens when you get old. Just in case, you know, some of you aren't quite as old as I am yet. Yeah, older. We're all getting to that age now where it's like a group of old people who talk about all the medication they're on. You're so quiet now, Charlie. I don't know what's happened there. Not your in-game. Your in-game, not the main. Oh, I was right. It's something that could be along that road. Stand by, Stu. Let me check. I'm not cheating or anything. Yeah, that's it. Recon. Right, yeah, I was right. You've got 3 tanks on that road that you just went over. And you just literally... yeah, they just took a pot shot at you. Not sure if they're static or whether they are moving, but at the moment they're staying static. So that was probably just a bit of machine gun fire. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to the Herc as well. Yeah, to be honest. But it will be... The trouble is, who's releasing it? If it's ED, it's going to be another 3 years before it's really usable, but it'll be good if they put everything on. you can see little recon team coming out there. So I'm backing off a little bit because... Oh, that's alright there. The helicopter is picking up through the mics, which then mutes the game channel a little bit. The overall audio for it. The sound of these helicopters very accurate, isn't it? Yeah. It sounds like someone's got a hand in between the knees with some sort of trousers on, just slapping their leg in between, moving the hand backwards. You know what I mean? What squad you got left now? Or have you not got any left? Yeah, there's JTAC, yeah, mortars as well, isn't there? Yeah, just watch when you cross the road. Yeah. That's the oil fields over there. So we've got no stutter at the moment, have you noticed? But I was really quite surprised earlier on today when I had a little bit of stutter. In fact, one of my web pages is humming, which is not good. That usually indicates my memory. Hopefully it's not, but you never know. Might take a picture while I'm here. Close up to do for the news site. Unfortunately, I have got a controller that I've set up for doing all the views and... Pardon? We haven't got anything at the moment. Everything's running fine. Let's take a picture. Yeah, you can't do all the shots with just using the keys and everything. So I've got this controller that will manage all the views and angles, and it's really good. But when we was in the World War II stuff, what was happening is the controller was interfering with some of the controls in the World War II planes, even though it was removed from DCS. It still had some sort of input, which was a pain in the ass. Whoa. Yeah, you're being shot at quite badly. There's something there in the trees as well. Those are the ones you originally meant, aren't they? Yeah, I'm just going to have a look. Just in a bit of recon. So you, unless it's those tanks that are moved. Trouble is, it's, oh for God's sake, this really annoys me. So I've got the screen on, and because the cursor isn't fixed to the window, it sort of, when I'm looking around, it suddenly jumps outside, clicks on something on a different monitor, and then minimises my game. In Star Citizen, I can move around and do anything with anything without having that happen, and it's really quite difficult. I think I lost track of that then, matey, I'm afraid. I was going to say, I don't think the guns on there can they? Not against armour.
When back to back.
Yeah. So we're just south of the lake. Yeah, I thought we. I think no, we probably east. Yeah, probably southish of Krasnodar Lake.
Put a retron down by the river.
That's nowhere near Waypoint.
It was about
No,
look 1 mile out.
that's waypoint 3.
That's what it is then, Stu. We waypoint 3, waypoint 4 south.
Go set out down at Waypoint.
Yeah. Selected waypoint 4 on the actual,
Does it do what the Huey does? Is waypoint 1 your first point when you spawn?
might be. I took 3.4 big 4 on. I opened up the white thing. Direct ball.
Interesting, because you've definitely dropped your little guys off towards waypoint 3 by the river. Yeah, it's what the shark does, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh well. Not to worry. Cool stuff.
Yeah, there is. While we're flying back, let's have a look at this is Cookie in the Kiowa. Then I can get another picture here. I haven't got all the controls that I would like. Not quite sure what I'm going to do with these yet. Whether I'll use them, because I haven't even done anything with the web pages. I just made them work. Well, with the YouTube pages, I haven't set them up or anything properly. Just want a nice close-in shot with a bit of a profile. Edit that after. Just make the noise of that. If you've ever heard a mayfly, they're massive, great big beetle things that you get in the UK, and they literally live underground, or when they're born. Pardon? Is it a June bug? I thought it's called a mayfly. So, right, it's a May beetle. What's the proper name? Yeah, it's sort of, but it makes that noise, doesn't it? A hell of a noise, and it sounds like the Kiowa. Or the Kiowa. You could just hear this loud beating of wings, can't you? Like a rasp, nearly. Or a bit like a Kiowa. It's got that sort of rapid movement, and you wonder what the hell it is. Right, just for the YouTube people, I am winding up now, guys. Thank you very much for watching, if there was anyone there. Oh, there was one. That was probably Stu. But thanks for watching anyway, and I'll be creating some videos shortly and posting them, and then doing some live streams of those videos as well. So if there's ever any questions or anything like that, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you again next week.